Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the press conference of the initiators of the Hamburg Sustainability Conference. My name is Imke Rajamani. I'm the co-managing director of the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, and I'm very pleased to be the moderator of this panel this morning. This second edition of the conference is taking place only 8 months after we launched our first Hamburg Sustainability Conference here in the Hamburg Chamber of Commerce and the Hamburg City Hall. And yet we must acknowledge that after only this 8 months, HSC is taking place in a very different and more challenging international context. Co-creating and accelerating sustainable development has not become easier, and yet this remains the core mission of our conference. Our theme this year is New Alliances Start Here, and that takes a lot of hard work and it takes trust, and we aim to build it at the Hamburg Sustainability Conference this year and those to come. Therefore, we are very pleased that we are expecting more than 1,600 participants this year from over 110 countries. They will work together in a joint effort across 60 sessions and 3 forums, forming strong partnerships and developing solutions together. And all of this would not be possible, and the Hamburg Sustainability Conference would not exist without our initiators who are represented on the panel this morning. And it's my great pleasure to introduce you first to Germany's new Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, Reem Alabali-Radovan, UN Administrator Achim Steiner from the United Nations Development Programme, the second mayor of the Free and Hanseatic city of Hamburg, Katharina Fegebank, and the honorary chairman of the supervisory board of the Otto Group, Otto. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to our speakers, and we will proceed from your perspective from the left to the right. Please note that our first keynote by Minister Reem Alabali-Radovan will be delivered in German language. The other keynotes will be in English. If you require translation, please use the headsets which you find on the chairs. After the keynotes, we have some time for Q&A. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor to our first keynote. Minister Alabali-Radovan, please.
Meine Damen und Herren, heute starten wir
Ladies and
in die zweite
gentlemen,
Hamburger
today we start the
Nachhaltigkeitskonferenz.
second Hamburg Sustainability
Wochen neu
Conference.
ins
And
Amt
when
kam,
I took over office 4 weeks ago, I understood straight away that this event in Hamburg is going to be really good. It is good that in Hamburg we have a place where we work in a focused way on anything related to sustainability. It is good that we jointly breathe new life into the principle of international cooperation. And if the Hamburg Sustainability Conference didn't exist yet, we would have to invent it now. Because international cooperation has to be stronger than ever right now. Because international challenges are as big as they have ever been. Because many traditional forums are blocked as they have never been before. And because the value and the use of international cooperation is being so aggressively questioned at the moment. The rule-based international order is being actively undermined. Nationalistic tendencies of key partners, especially the withdrawal of the USA, are hitting international cooperation and the multilateral system with full force, with life-threatening consequences for people worldwide. And if we are honest, development policy often suffers from the fact that its effects are not immediately visible, because nobody knows what the world would look like without development policy. the dilemma of prevention, and the withdrawal of the USA is now making this difference visible in a fatal way. The lives of millions of people are directly at stake. It is about lost educational opportunities. It's about diseases that were thought to have been conquered and are suddenly breaking out again, about the advance of climate change and about famine. We can all observe this live right now, to our great horror. This makes a format like this conference all the more important, a format that counters these attacks and that reinforces a simple realization. We are all better off if we work together and not against each other. And that is the framework we set. And in doing so, we create new alliances and cooperation models. Today and tomorrow, cosmopolitan people are meeting here in Hamburg. Around 1,600 people, decision makers from over 110 countries are coming together from politics, business, international organizations, civil society and science, from the north, the south, the west and the east. They're coming together at a conference where we are not talking about each other, but with each other. This combined power and expertise of a wide variety of decision makers provides new impetus for concrete solutions. One example is the great need for investment in many cities. More and more people around the world are moving to cities. In 20 years, 70% of the world's population will live in cities. And this requires enormous investment in infrastructure, transport, buildings, and adaptation to extreme weather events, which are becoming increasingly frequent. However, cities in particular often find it difficult to obtain loans or attract private investment. And we want to change this together. We are bringing committed donor countries such as Switzerland and Luxembourg together with the World Bank and other development banks. And this also includes a network in which cities around the world, particularly in Africa, advise each other on how they can attract private investments more easily. Especially in times when public funds are becoming scarcer, creativity is needed in order to find new sources of development financing. Private investment is a key element here. The Hamburg Sustainability Conference is intended to be a source and a driver of ideas. And we will then incorporate the ideas from Hamburg internationally into the ongoing UN processes. For example, into the next World Climate Change Conference in Brazil in November, and into the Financing for Development Conference in Seville at the end of June. We will also discuss the reform of the United Nations plan for the summer, and we will feed in our ideas. In total, the conference participants will get creative here in more than 70 sessions with the unconditional will to change and shape the world. And I am convinced that this is the spirit that holds the world together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ooh, that's very loud. Thank you very much, Imke. Minister, it's a pleasure to share this podium with you, to congratulate you on your appointment, and very much looking forward to working through you with Germany on many of the topics that your ministry and your government will play a key role in. To the second mayor, to also Michael Otto, a great pleasure to be back in Hamburg and to be part, on behalf of the United Nations and of the United Nations Development Programme, of this second edition of the Hamburg Sustainability Conference. Now, you will not be surprised if I, at the moment, set this Hamburg Sustainability Conference also in a context that you have just described, but perhaps with an even slightly more dramatic sense of urgency. I don't need to tell you what our world looks like right now. We are facing on so many fronts disruptions, uncertainty, confrontation, conflicts, unprecedented numbers of refugees and internally displaced people, and conflicts around the world. The UNDP Human Development Report released just a few weeks ago, also highlighted with the Human Development Index how many countries since COVID have not begun to recover. We have a divergence in our global economy, that is more akin to where we were somewhere in the 1970s. Dozens of countries stagnating, stuck, not being able to invest because of debt problems, because of the high cost of capital, and now, in addition, with an international trading environment that is beginning to close markets to them. If you are a poor developing country, heavily indebted, at the same time being asked to act on climate change, but also to act on the opportunities of a digital public infrastructure, and yet what you are faced with is to use your own health and education budgets in order to just service the debt you have in terms of your interest payments, this world looks pretty difficult. On top of that, our geopolitical tensions, the geoeconomic disruptions that we are now seeing, it is a time in which the world is beginning to struggle to come together for precisely the kinds of priorities you mentioned, Minister. And from the vantage point of the United Nations, we are deeply concerned because a world that does not find both the shared interest but also the commitment and determination to overcome differences in order to act on issues that only are solvable if we act together is a world in trouble. And here in Hamburg, I believe deeply that we have an opportunity to explore why sustainability is one of the few threads that can actually still tie us together. We have seen over many years now, maybe even going back to 1992, the Rio Earth Summit, that understanding the threat to the future of humanity, our economies, our societies, of not tackling the challenge of sustainability and now in the 21st century is to every country a loss. We have seen, despite some of the ruptures, including a US administration leaving the Paris Agreement once before, during the first administration of President Trump, and the rest of the world stayed together and moved forward. We need to hold on to these foundations for international cooperation. Particularly here in Hamburg, I also come on behalf of the United Nations and with many of my United Nations colleagues also, to appeal through Hamburg to a world not to underrate, nor underestimate, nor underinvest in multilateralism. Yes, there are many, many of the wealthiest countries that are turning inwards right now, that are essentially focusing on their own priorities, problems, but the consequence of that is also an increasingly serious defunding of international cooperation at a moment when, in fact, we need one another more than ever. And thus, here in Hamburg, we also want to ensure that the agenda of sustainability is both understood as a common cause, as a shared interest, but also as a joint investment strategy into the future. That is why business this year is so prominent amongst the participants. We are very proud because we want to see the Hamburg Sustainability Conference break new ground to make the private sector, and particularly those who are willing and ready to act, to be part of a global transition towards cleaner energy, greener shipping, sustainable finance, the insurance sector, increasingly important both for nations and us as individuals to de-risk and to mitigate some of the threats and risks that climate change poses. And just the last few days have shown us again how dramatic and how sudden the destruction as a result of changing environmental conditions can be to people's livelihoods. Let me conclude by also saying that sustainability is not only something that can draw us together, that can help us to invent the economy of the 21st century, and we are in the midst of that. It is also another way of making the world less risky, less uncertain. It is part of a broader understanding that when we think about security in the 21st century, it is the topics that we are discussing here in Hamburg. It is the curation of new platforms and initiatives that may ultimately make a major contribution to a safer and a more cooperative world. In that spirit, we are very proud to join for the second edition of the Hamburg Sustainability Conference and look forward to 2 days of very intense and very productive discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Second Mayor Fegebank.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here today. It's a great pleasure for the free and Hanseatic city of Hamburg to have you all here, to have over 1,000 guests attending this conference, and thank you very much to the Chamber of Commerce and our government to be held this conference here for the second time. You two mentioned the global challenges ahead of us. We are facing right now climate change, the threat to our democracies, And especially in these times, it is so important to hold a powerful conference like this here in Hamburg. And to promote the city a little bit, Hamburg is a business and research hub with global networks of partners in pioneering spheres such as green hydrogen and sustainable energy. Sorry for my voice, I have to drink a little. And of course, we are also very grateful for the visibility that the conference gives us, because you mentioned it, climate protection really is protection of humankind, and especially in these times, we need to bring people together. We need to bring all minds together that want to work on a brighter future for all the people on this planet. And we are also actively shaping the Hamburg Sustainability Conference by linking the local with the international perspective, and this is exactly the link that is needed to achieve the 2030 agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals. And the minister already mentioned it. At the same time, it is important to work together on the global stage. The local level needs to be counted in, and cities have a crucial role. Today, more than half of the world's population lives in cities, and by 2050, there will be more than 2/3. And in cities, we can observe the challenges of our times as if under a magnifying glass. Although cities cover only 2 to 3% of the land, cities account for 75% of natural resources consumption, up to 80% of energy consumption, 70% of greenhouse gas emissions, and 50% of waste production. And cities are not only the problem solver, not only the problem causer, but they can be the problem solvers. By attracting talents, by working together on the best solutions for everything, by finding innovations and new technologies. So cities are also the center when it comes to the development of solution. And Hamburg is aware of this responsibility and its city's potential. And allowing me just on a short note, we not only have the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, we also have a local program starting this week, the Hamburg Sustainability Week, because we are convinced that the best way to communicate is by experiencing and getting people involved. So we not only have the conference here discussing the Sustainable Development Goals on a larger scale, but also finding concrete solutions for the city and its environment with more than 100 events from the 1st to the 6th of June. The Hamburg Sustainability Week showcases the great work that is already happening in Hamburg. So there are many workshops and many little events where you can participate in the Hamburg Sustainability Week to make it more concrete what is discussed here at the conference on a larger scale. So it will be a good promotion for Hamburg and its activities in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals. I really hope that this conference will be a great success, because in those times where everything seems to be torn apart, where there are a lot of insecurities, it is very important to bring people together to discuss the solutions of the 21st century when it comes to mobility, climate action, but also fighting inequalities in our societies. And here also cities can be the best answer to it. Thank you very much, and enjoy your stay and have fruitful discussions.
Thank you. Michael Otto.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me also extend a warm welcome at the start of the second Hamburg Sustainability Conference. As a major international conference presenting innovation solutions that spotlight climate and sustainability issues, the HSC is, in my opinion, especially in this time, very important. We have jointly launched this conference series to create an international forum for debates on sustainability issues. It brings together high-level representatives from interested governments, business enterprises, civil organizations, and academic institutions. But the idea behind this conference series is indeed not only to debate, but to identify good solutions and make them more widely available internationally and nationally, of course. With this in mind, we want to present innovative approaches from business, politics, and societies, and create partnerships that contribute to the ambitious implementation of these sustainable development goals. Additionally, we want to offer interested stakeholders from all regions of the world an accessible exchange format for this purpose. With a clear mission to drive sustainable change, the HSC offers a platform on which ideas and visions can be translated into concrete solutions for measurable progress. In addition to the public sector, the academic world and the society at large will play a key role here. The enormous potential of the private sector to accelerate progress on the SDGs must be unleashed. The economy must be transformed from its role as a contributor to sustainable crisis to a new role as a key solution. To this end, the direct links between a sustainable economy and its dependence on the use of natural resources must also be given greater attention. Making the preservation of natural resources a success factor worth striving in business is one of the major tasks we have to face. Innovative companies are the backbone of progress when it comes to achieving sustainable goals. They will be successful despite political turbulence, as long as the market continues to demand products that uphold a green transformation. And that is what is happening. We can see that demand is even increasing in many areas. Interested governments are looking for solutions to support and accelerate this demand. In the next few days, promising ways to improve the framework condition for the economy will be discussed here. At last year's Hamburg Sustainability Conference, 15 alliances were set up, producing concrete, sustainable solutions in a variety of fields. It is very pleasing to note that the first tangible results achieved since the last HSC are being presented this year. This concerns progress that has been made, for example, in establishing green alliances for shipping and aviation. I'm delighted that many private companies are taking part, pioneers, as well as some that are seriously interested in scalable, innovative green solutions. Not least given the current geopolitical situation, in particular the current US administration's new positions on climate, environment, and sustainability policy, and on the work of the United Nations as a whole, the HSC is well positioned to become an international forum where those committed to progress in these policy areas can meet and explore together ways to accelerate efforts both nationally and internationally. In the long term, the HSC could become one of the world's most important events on the topic of sustainability as it drives progress toward a just transformation of industry and societies worldwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the keynotes. We are now moving on to the Q&A. We only have about 6 minutes left, so I kindly ask you to keep your questions short so that as many as possible of you can participate. I will call you on one by one. You will receive a microphone, and please state your name, the media outlet you represent, and please let us know to whom of our panelists your question is directed to. And the first question, please.
Hello, my name is Damien McElroy from the National newspaper. I was just wondering what contribution you see from regions like the Gulf and the Middle East in these changing times and all the themes that you just hit on.
Well, thank you. Of course, the Middle East and the Gulf regions play a big role in achieving the goals, and I'm very glad to say that we also have participants, of course, from the Middle East joining the conference. For example, we have the Minister for Environment from Iraq joining us today and tomorrow.
And
Well, let me just say, I think in terms of the Gulf region, its significance to virtually every aspect of what is now on top of the global international agenda is very central. And whether it is peace in the Middle East, whether it is also engaging in international discussions, including on climate change, on green transitions. We see across the Gulf countries a growing commitment to actually looking at a future that takes us beyond the oil and gas dependencies, even though those are fundamental backbones of their economies today. We see also in the context of, for example, Syria right now, countries in the region stepping up very quickly with financial resources in order to stabilize the situation in Syria. And we welcome also very much the commitment in the United Nations of a number of countries in the Gulf region who are major contributors to the international humanitarian response, whether it is natural disasters, refugees, internally displaced people. We see all of this as indicators of a region that is playing an increasingly strategic and certainly relevant part in international relations. Thank you.
And the next question from the back, please.
Vielen Dank. Michael Althaus von der Katholischen Nachrichtenagentur.
Michael Althaus of the Catholic News Agency. So, how expensive is this Hamburg Sustainability Conference? Well, as a representative of the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, I can answer you directly. Our yearly budget, because we do not have this conference here, but we have co-creation processes going on throughout the year. Our yearly budget is single-digit, in the single-digit millions, and we are receiving aid from the BMZ, the Ministry of the Free and Hanseatic City of Hamburg, and we have received a generous contribution by the Michael Otto Foundation, and now we also have a private sponsor and further foundations. Next question up here.
Thank you. Julian Stahl, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. What can we expect from this conference, except from talking to each other in difficult times? Lots of letters of intent, which might be forgotten, or what are the results?
Well, you already heard from Michael Otto a number of takeaways from last year's Hamburg Sustainability Conference, and let me just take the topic of green shipping. In Hamburg last year, there was a major event that brought together actors from the global shipping industry with government representatives. We were in the midst of seeing a historical and unique decision being prepared in the International Maritime Organization, which essentially for the first time not only acknowledged explicitly, but a few weeks ago adopted a carbon taxing or a carbon pricing scheme for global shipping. It is one of the sectors that so far had been completely excluded from playing its part in also dealing with the challenge of decarbonization. The green shipping and logistics and transport conversations continue this year here at the Hamburg Sustainability Conference. Another topic that we see being central to not only each country's national development, but actually our ability to de-risk, if you want, and also to mitigate some of the threats that are coming from the immensely rapid deployment of emerging technologies. Artificial intelligence is a key topic at this Hamburg Sustainability Conference here this year, not in the sense of dystopia or utopia, but rather, as we also put it in UNDP a few weeks ago in our Human Development Report, it's a matter of choice how AI will be part of the future of sustainable development. We are very pleased that the Hamburg Sustainability Conference has brought many players from the tech industry, together with public figures, civil society organizations. We need to look at both the extraordinary potential of technologies such as AI to advance development, particularly for poorer countries, but we also need to look at global cooperation in order to have a more cyber-secure and cyber-safe world. Again, we have an AI declaration here that we are adopting. It's one of the first in the context of sustainable development. It builds already on a number of working partnerships. And my hope is that in the next 2 or 3 years, in fact, the HSC becomes one of the platforms on which we understand the significance, the potential, but also the imperative of working together on AI in international relations. Thank you.
Maybe Can I just quickly add to that? What I would expect is really to have the city as front runners of green transition and green transformation, and really exchange ideas and thoughts about best practice and benchmarks when it comes to transforming, as Michael Otto said, the shipping and aviation industry, for instance, or in how far we face inequalities in terms of the sustainable development goals and what role education and science play. So really setting benchmarks in cooperation with the public and the business sector on the one hand, but also exchanging thoughts in between the cities, as having cities as the engines for innovations and new technologies. And I hope that we will have some fruitful ideas and setting the pace as Hamburg as the host city as well.
Perhaps a short remark was from my side. I think our intention is that we have not only alliances which will be signed at the conference, but that we are also working with workshops in between the conferences, so that we really push to find solutions and to work intensively on reaching the goals, so that we finally can see then the result on the next conference, because it's a series of conferences. And so we are looking on progress, on permanent progress. That's our intention.
In those challenging times, I think it's crucial that Germany sends out a signal to the world, especially to the countries of the global south, that we are still also a reliable partner, not only as federal government or regional government, but in the mix with the international organizations, with the local organizations, and with the private economy. And I think that's a very important signal that we're sending out right now in this challenging time.
Thank you very much for inspiring a round of very good closing statements with your questions. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. Allow me a little bit of logistics before we are leaving this room. To all photographers and camera crews in the room who wish to attend the photo call for the handshakes of our high-level political representatives, please follow my colleague, Darwin Feser, who will guide you over to the City Hall. Also, for all the press officers who want to go to the City Hall, please also follow Darwin Feser. Now, I thank you very much for attending this press conference, and now I wish all of us an inspiring and, of course, effective and impactful Hamburg Sustainability Conference 2025. Thank you very much.
The Hamburg Sustainability Conference is starting now. Please welcome to the stage the first mayor of the free and Hanseatic city of Hamburg, Peter Tschentscher.
Sehr geehrte Frau
Minister, Director Steiner, Honorary Citizen Otto, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hamburg Sustainability Conference 2025. This year, more than 100 countries are represented at the conference, with government representatives, ambassadors, and other members of the diplomatic and consular corps. I also welcome the numerous representatives from business, from science, civil society, and international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, Hamburg is home to people from more than 180 nations. It is an honor for our city that the international community, for the second time now, should be gathering here in our city to discuss strategies and projects for a sustainable, better future for all of us. In recent years, the world has changed. Crises, wars, and conflicts increasingly overshadow the focus on climate change and the global pressures on nature and the environment. The United Nations 2030 agenda provides guidance in these challenging times, which is full of conflicts. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals aim to give 8 billion people worldwide a good life and a secure future, with access to education, to health, participation, peace, security, and prosperity. Implementing this is a mandate and a great responsibility for the international community of states, because global developments can only be achieved through cooperation and joint efforts. The Hamburg Sustainability Conference offers an independent forum for discussion, for exchange of experiences, for presentation of new concepts and initiatives, and the agreement on multilateral alliances and partnerships. This year, the program of the HSC focuses on 3 key issues. First, the reform of the international financial architecture, new investments in the implementation of the sustainability goals, and transformation processes in key sectors such as mobility, logistics, health, biodiversity, and digitalization. Ladies and gentlemen, more than half of the world's population live in urban areas. They consume 80% of global energy. They are responsible for 70% of greenhouse gas emissions, and they produce more than half of the waste. But they're also centers of societal and technological progress. They combine economic strength, scientific excellence, and innovation. Therefore, global metropolises have a special responsibility to bear, and also the potential to take a pioneering role in developing and implementing solutions for a sustainable future worldwide. Hamburg is ready for this, and Hamburg has already committed, back in 2017, to the consistent implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The major cities of your countries as well have this potential to act together with politics, with business, science, and the civil society, and to cooperate internationally. The Hamburg Sustainability Conference is a forum for this cooperation. I'd like to thank the co-initiators of the conference for their commitment: the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and the Michael Otto Environmental Foundation. And I'd like to thank all of you for participating in this conference. I wish you interesting discussions, many new impulses and contacts, and of course a pleasant stay here in Hamburg. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, Ms. Reem Alabali-Radovan, First Mayor of the free and Hanseatic city of Hamburg, Peter Tschentscher, Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and perhaps first-comers to the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, and a particularly warm welcome to my colleagues from the United Nations that are very actively represented amongst us here this morning. This is the second edition, and let's be honest, from Hamburg 1 to Hamburg 2 in terms of an HSC, the world has not exactly moved forward. In fact, it is facing more pressures, more conflicts, more disruption, and also less confidence. A growing sense of uncertainty and fear is seeping into not only the international relationships that we have often tried to build over 8 decades, including the architecture for international cooperation, they're also seeping into our societies. The notion that the enemy is my neighbor, that the future is uncertain, that we must turn inwards, is something that is gaining foothold in many of our political discourses. The Hamburg Sustainability Conference, born out of an initiative led by the German ministry BMZ, but also by Michael Otto and the city of Hamburg, was an invitation to which we in UNDP and really on behalf of our UN family did not hesitate for a moment, because this is not only a talk shop, this is a place where we remind ourselves not only of the Sustainable Development Goals and many of the other things that we have agreed we would do together, but we also take up the challenge that the rougher the going gets, the more the tough get going. This is no time for faint-heartedness when it comes to advocating for international cooperation. It is not the most popular thing sometimes to be on television or in a political rally and argue that we need one another. And yet Hamburg, and I hope, Peter Tschentscher, that Hamburg and the Hamburg Sustainability Conference will become a brand that speaks unapologetically to a place where we not only recognize the need to work with one another, but that we also act on that conviction. Last year's conference has been a remarkable first premiere. Many of us left positively surprised, energized since then, and to those who think that multilateralism is dying, let me just say, green shipping was a key topic here last year. A few weeks ago, for the first time after decades, under the auspices of the International Maritime Organization, the world's nations agreed to a CO2 pricing framework and agreement for shipping. Just a few weeks later, in the WHO, which, yes, sadly, the United States is leaving, the world agreed on a pandemic agreement. We are able of acting together, but we have to begin to also defend the ability and the platforms to act together. In the Setting the Scene paper for the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, we try to lay out a few of the great trends and developments that are going to set the context for thinking about sustainability together. And let us also acknowledge that in a world driven by more and more tensions, it is sometimes remarkable that sustainability is one of the few topics on which we can sit around the table and immediately agree that we share a great deal in common and we have a lot of shared interests. But the crosswinds are tough. As the paper points out, we are facing a global economic outlook that is deeply disrupted, increasingly also caught in the geopolitical realities of our time. And if you look at how this will play out, I think one thing is very clear. On the current course that we're on, there will be no winners, including the constraints it puts on the transitions towards a more sustainable future. But let us also acknowledge that in the way that we see trade being instrumentalized and becoming a platform on which conflicts are played out, another trend has emerged, and it is one that we can no longer ignore, nor should we, because the public also needs to hear about this. It is that despite the global economic challenges, green investments are actually delivering transformative impacts, not only in the energy sector, where the energy revolution has begun. 2/3 of all new electricity generating infrastructure built last year around the world was clean, renewable energy infrastructure. Unbelievable if you think back just 10 years ago. And we have seen nations from Latin America and Uruguay, today over 90% of their electricity being generated with renewables. To the African continent, a country like Kenya, over 90%. To China and India, the largest investors in the world in clean energy infrastructure. Let us open our eyes for a moment and recognize that we have a lot more in common and that we are actually acting more in unison than politics sometimes suggests or geopolitics leads us to believe. Here in Hamburg, we need to find ways to consolidate that, to protect that space for international cooperation, for investing in one another. And that brings me to another area that is going to be a key theme here in Hamburg. Artificial intelligence, the digital universe as it is evolving. A remarkable new horizon for development in general, for humanity. It's not dystopia, it's not utopia by definition. It is what we, including in fora such here as in Hamburg, choose it to be. That was the title of this year's UNDP Human Development Report. It is a matter of choice. AI and sustainable development is not a techno-determinist declaration of what happens next. It should be led by demand. It should be led also by the kinds of principles we have captured in the declaration on AI that will be adopted here in Hamburg. And let me end by just saying, as we meet here in Hamburg, a city, as you can also see from some of the paintings and the Chamber of Commerce next door, has been a city that for centuries has thrived on understanding that we can succeed together through global trade, the economic relations. But it is also perhaps a moment where, and Minister, this will be one of your great challenges at this moment, that if you are a country of the global south, if you are a least developed country that right now has to raise its health and education budgets just to service the interest payments on your debt, it looks pretty gloomy right now. Aid is declining. The bond markets are no longer accessible to you, and now we are closing the barriers, or rather the doors to trade, and lifting barriers to a level where countries that for years have been encouraged to believe and invest in a global trading system are simply being told, sorry, doors are closed. This is not a good moment to encourage people to believe in the scope, value, and potential of international cooperation. My hope is that here out of Hamburg, out of this Hamburg Sustainability Conference, emerges a new way to actually think about the future, and not only to think, but to act on it. In that spirit, we are proud as UNDP to be partner to this platform, but above all, we are proud to join all of you in hopefully sending signals from here that take us into the future rather than backwards. Thank you.
Please welcome the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of the Federal Republic of Germany, Reem Alabali-Radovan.
First Mayor Peter Tschentscher, Achim Steiner, Michael Otto, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Hamburg is very often described as the gateway to the world, as being open to the world. So when we think of Hamburg, we think of the port, one of the largest ports of Europe, which we can see right behind me. And when we think of Hamburg, we think of those huge container ships that transport goods from Germany and into the wide world, but also to Germany. So the port stands for our globalized world and for the global interconnectedness that also brings about so much progress and advantages for people worldwide. And those people who are open to the world are meeting today and tomorrow here in Hamburg. Those who know that we can only master global challenges together because we depend on each each other, because wars, pandemics, and the climate crisis do not stop at borders. And it is a special honor to me, on behalf of the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation, the City of Hamburg, the Michael Otto Foundation, and the Development Program of the United Nations, UNDP, to be able to welcome you for the second Hamburg Sustainability Conference. It is such a great sight. This morning, roughly 1,600 experts from politics, from business, from science and civil society have traveled here, and they have come from more than 110 countries from the north, the south, the west, and the east. They have come for a conference where we do not speak about each other, but with each other. A conference which is about a trustful dialogue and cooperation as partners. A conference that was shaped, and its program as well, across country borders, and this with one clear joint mission, that is not to slow down in our efforts towards implementing the SDGs that have been agreed upon by all nations. On the occasion of the first HSC in October 2024, it was very clear. The international problems are getting bigger and not smaller. Globally, more and more people are forced to leave their home countries because the consequences of climate change can be increasingly felt, especially by the poorest, because inequalities within societies are becoming fiercer and wars and conflicts are increasing. For more than 3 years, Russia is waging an illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. And ladies and gentlemen, the images from Gaza do not leave anyone untouched. Thousands of innocent civilians, men, women, and children, lost their lives over the past months, and some are still left under the rubble. Children who are suffering from hunger, families that have no access to clean water, to medication, not even to bread. Hospitals without electricity, without bandaging equipment, without hope. So what we can see there is a man-made humanitarian disaster. The terrorist attack of Hamas of the 7th of October was a brutal act that was countering humanity, and protecting one's own population is a legitimate goal, militarily and politically, but all state action must be underpinned by international law. So there should be not a military goal that justifies that children starve, that mothers cannot have their children treated, that entire families are buried alive under ruins. No political action should lead to a situation where humanitarian aid is blocked. The Israeli government has to make access for humanitarian aid possible immediately and in the long run, because this is about saving lives every hour, every day, also for the hostages that are still detained by Hamas. They must be released unconditionally and immediately. And for this, we need a ceasefire, because without a ceasefire, there will not be protection for the civilian population, no safe aid, and no perspective for political solutions. The ongoing violence is not only destroying human lives, but also every prospect for peace. And of course, we need to think about our own responsibility. When access to aid supplies is blocked, humanitarian and international law is disregarded, we need to speak about consequences. And this is what we will do together in the German government. So that is the message that is being sent out today. The violence must stop. People in Gaza need help, and not any time, but now. And international law needs to uphold, as well as our joint humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges are enormous, and that was one example that is moving us all right now. And this is why we should not falter and try to create a more equitable and just world. But the rule-based international order is currently underpinned. Traditional forums are very often blocked, and this holds true even more than in October of last year when the first HSC took place. So rarely before have development policy makers been under pressure, just as international cooperation, globally as well as in Germany. Nationalist tendencies of decisive partners, especially the withdrawal of the United States, are hitting development policy with full force, and this has life-threatening consequences for numerous people worldwide. This is why it is all the more important to have a format like the Hamburg Sustainability Conference right now, something that is countering these attacks and is also strengthening a simple insight. We all fare better when we work with each other rather than against each other. And this is what we are providing the framework for, with a conference that is taking account of geopolitical tensions and the loss of trust in the multilateral system. So what matters most for this HSC? Firstly, this time, we are attaching even more importance to an exchange in a safe space, on a high level, in a confidential setting, because only here we can freely sound out what compromises might be and what the pain points might be. And also because it might be easier to understand and acknowledge each other's perspective when discussions do not take place in the public eye. So in such a safe and protected setting, for example, I will participate today in a discussion about the question how a viable global economic order could look like, one that is cooperative and that also offers opportunities to those countries that so far could not benefit, that have to overcome poverty and inequality. And it is highlighted how important this debate is by the current turbulences in disruptions in trade relations. They hit all countries, but they hit the poorest countries most. So, secondly, there is a strong message that is sent out by this Hamburg Sustainability Conference for strengthening multilateral systems. From the Alliance for the Support of the UN Development System, a coalition of states, upon the initiative of the Federal Ministry for Development Cooperation, these states created this alliance on the occasion of the Munich Security Conference in February, and this is also supporting the UN80 reform process, which has been initiated by the UN Secretary General with a clear commitment: the UN pillar for sustainable development must remain on an equal footing with the other UN pillars. And I'm convinced that the United Nations can only be effective if the countries of the Global South play an even stronger role in it in the future. And it's not only the UN that matters, but it is about an inclusive world order and relations in partnership with the countries of the Global South. And in order to do this, we will create a North-South Commission as the German government. Thirdly, the HSC is a place where new, sometimes unconventional alliances are nurtured, alliances of those that that are willing to take the lead on the path towards sustainability and sustainable development. For example, with the Hamburg Declaration on Responsible AI for the SDGs that will be adopted at the HSC. What is special is that not only states but also civil society, science, the private sector and international organizations have agreed on sustainability principles for artificial intelligence. Because only together we can make sure that AI is something that is useful to our planet and to the people living on it, especially to those in the global south. Then we have another example, which is the Pathfinders Global Alliance Against Inequality, which is going to be established tomorrow at the HSC. Its members want to together make sure that inequalities are reduced in multilateral organizations and forums. For example, at the Financing for Development Conference FFD4 in Sevilla next month, or at the World Social Summit in Qatar. What is so special about this alliance is that it is accompanied by scientists and researchers, and it is also analyzed which conditions must be fulfilled so that solutions can work. It might also have to do with the question who should be involved at what point in time in processes of change. The HSC also stands for alliances that ensure that necessary investments are secured so that the SDGs and the climate and biodiversity goals can be reached. Like with the last HSC-initiated Hamburg Sustainability Platform. The goal, more investment to be mobilized so that private and public funds can be bundled and pooled more efficiently and faster. Since the last HSC, the cooperating partners have worked on the creation of a company which will start its work on the first financial product towards the end of this year. There is a major potential because in the course of the next years, this should generate several billion US dollars in additional sustainable investment. And there is also an alliance for investment for sustainable development in municipalities. My ministry and the World Bank are joining up forces with UN Habitat as well as further countries and multilateral development banks. Together, they want to work on good framework conditions for investments in cities. Part of this would be that cities become more creditworthy or that municipalities acquire more financial expertise. Why is this so important? In 20 years, 70% of humans will live in cities. Therefore, cities have to become more resilient towards extreme weather conditions, without losing sight of the interest of the poorest, because it is those poorest people who very often settle in the most at-risk and vulnerable places. So it's very impressive how diverse the topics are that we are going to work on today and tomorrow on the occasion of the second Hamburg Sustainability Conference. And I would like to thank everyone who has supported the HSC with this major commitment. A big applause to the organization team of the HSC. So what will be decisive in this, and also in the inauguration of the conference, was what you did, Achim Steiner. Your activities with the UNDP are going to come to an end in the near future, and this will leave us with a very big gap. You will be much missed because you are a strong German voice with the United Nations, and you are also the epitome of an international personality, as we just experienced. So the way you did politics matters even more today. So I would like to thank you with all my heart. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my goal. when we think of Hamburg, we should think of the message that is sent out by the HSC this morning. International cooperation works. International cooperation creates win-win situations. So I'm looking forward to this conference, and I would like to wish us all a fruitful exchange. Thank you very much.
Please welcome panel moderator, Liz Schow from Deutsche Welle.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Minister, for that speech. You touched on a lot of issues that we are going to discuss right here on a panel that will start shortly. And as you can see, the crew is already bringing some chairs because we want to prepare the stage for our opening panel discussion. My name is Liz Schow. I'm a journalist and a TV presenter. I am based here in Germany, but I grew up in Tanzania. And I want to take you back to the year, Tanzania, hello. I see that there are some people from my home country. Wonderful, welcome to the HSC. So I want to take you back to the year 2000, because that is when I was in 6th grade in Tanzania. And I remember how excited I was when my teacher told me about the United Nations and about how there's this plan, the global community getting together to deal with global issues, to deal with problems that are facing so many people that I was seeing in my home country. So to fight extreme poverty, to make sure that we have clean water and sanitation, to fight global hunger. And I was told that these goals are called the Millennium Development Goals. Okay, a teacher told us that, well, the international community has 15 years to reach those goals. And to me, it sounded logical, like, okay, in 15 years, we will have dealt with these problems. Fast forward to the year 2015, I heard that there's another global plan to deal with the same problems. This time, the plan is called Sustainable Development Goals, and we have until 2030 to reach those goals. Ladies and gentlemen, in the year 2030, my daughter will be in class 6. And it is my hope that when she's in class in the year 2030, that her teacher will not be telling her about how there's another 15-year plan to deal with old problems that we had planned and vowed to deal with back then. So let us take this HSC as an opportunity to really be serious about reaching the SDGs. And we've heard it in the speeches before that this is a place where we want to talk about scalable solutions to global problems. This is a conference where we want to talk about how to accelerate investment into the SDGs. And this is a place that brings together the people, the businesses, the organizations that will implement the changes that we want to see in our world. So as we get together to discuss and debate, as we sign declarations, as we network and celebrate milestones, let us remember that the people out there are hoping that this will be a conference that will make a difference in their lives. They believe that when their leaders get together in Hamburg for a 2-day high-level conference, that there will be an outcome, an impact that will be positive and that will bring a positive change in their lives. All right, so I see that the crew is done, and I now want to welcome my esteemed panelists for the discussion. We're gonna talk about building trust in turbulent times, strengthening global alliances. So please join me in welcoming the panelists. First of all, we have all the way from South Africa, the Minister for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Her Excellency Maropene Ramokgopa. Welcome to the stage. Please, you can sit there. Right here. Sorry? Yeah, here. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, it is now a time to test your geography skills because we have the Minister of Sustainable Development, Environment and Climate Action from the island state of St. Kitts and Nevis. Please welcome Her Excellency Joelle Clark. Welcome. Please sit here. And of course, at this conference, we also want to get the perspective of various UN agencies. We are very happy that some of them are represented here. Please welcome the Executive Director of the World Food Programme, Cindy McCain. Also with us today and joining the panel is the Secretary General of the UN Conference on Trade and Development, Rebecca Greenspan. Welcome. Please sit here. And completing our panel is the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, Her Excellency Reem Alabali-Radovan. Welcome. All right, and before we start, I don't know if you're noticing something. I just want to point out
I love it.
I want to point out thank you. I want to point out how remarkable it is that we have an all-female, high-level panel to open this conference. Gone are the days where we would hear excuses like, I just couldn't find any qualified woman to be part of the panel. No, 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 this is not something that we want to entertain. This is not something that we hear. And talking about SDG 5, gender equality, here it is. We have fulfilled that duty. All right, so we are talking about building trust in turbulent times, how to strengthen global alliances. Rebecca Greenspan, I want to start with you. Of course, when we think about turbulent times and you being an expert on trade, I believe that for most of the people here, the first thing that comes to mind when they hear trade is the trade tariffs or the trade wars that we're witnessing right now between the US and basically everybody else. Now, we'll get to that later, but first of all, I want to just start with the broader overview because you said something very interesting during the 60th anniversary of UNCTAD. You said that multilateralism is a choice and we need to defend multilateralism every day. But you're also calling for a new form of cooperation. So tell me what you want to see exactly.
Thank you very much, and it's really an honor to be in this panel, fantastic women and leaders. And I also want to pay tribute to my colleague, Achim Steiner, that will leave us in June. And believe me, after hearing him, you can understand how much we will miss him. So this is for Achim. So, let me say three things with respect to multilateralism and the new realities. First, I think that we have to recognize the new realities. Yes, multipolarity, especially in the economic field, is here. But the problem is that this multipolarity is not being matched with the multipolarity in the multilateral system. So the governance of this multipolarity is still lagging behind. And that is the first point. If we want to build trust, we need to acknowledge that today we have a global economy that is multipolar. And I said, this is a fact, and multilateralism is a choice. If we will choose multilateralism, we have to acknowledge the new reality and adapt to that new reality. My second point is about the multilateral system to be able to be present, as I call it, before, during, and after. We cannot be only during the crisis. We have to be there before, and we have to be there after. And we have to build the connections between this continuum. And if we don't, so we will go from crisis to crisis, we won't be able to prevent and to be able really to build the resilience that the new world requires. And we need to reform the multilateral system to be able to adapt, to meet this challenge. And my third point is how do we build trust within the system, because trust is one of the main issues that we are, mistrust is one of the main issues that we are dealing with. And I think that part of it is that we have to shape the narrative. We cannot allow the narrative to shape us. And I think that if we don't do something to really be able to communicate much better with the population, with the citizenship, if we won't be able to, again, capture the minds and hearts of the people, we won't be able to build a very strong multilateral system. That is what we need.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's take a look at how maybe one of these multilateral organizations and alliances is working. Let's take the example of the G20. South Africa is a member of the G20, and this year South Africa holds the presidency of the G20. It's, of course, a very exclusive club. Only 20 countries are involved there. But tell us how you are going to use the presidency to build trust, especially between the countries that have more political power and the ones that don't have that much political power.
Thank you very much. From our side, of course, if you look at the concept that we have adopted, is that we are talking about solidarity as well as inclusivity. So the trust can only be able to be built if we concentrate on inclusivity. For example, if you have an economic growth that does not include everyone, then it means that that inclusive growth or that particular growth is not going to be able to change and go to the places where we need it the most. In most cases, and it's just an irony that we are only women here, people that are actually at the barrel of society are the ones that are usually bypassed when economic development actually happens. So as a result, we really do believe that if we invest more in inclusivity, and how do we do inclusivity? We can only be able to do that if we change how we think as it relates to what we would usually call social issues. If you are going to be talking about education, look at it as an investment, because if you invest in education, then you are then now going to be able to ensure that you've got a labor force that is skilled enough. If you are going to include the issues of investment in health, don't only look at it as a social issue, but also look at it as making sure that the labor force that you are going to build and society as a whole will be a society that would then now reflect a healthy nation. So
and these are things that you are addressing during the G20 meetings and summits that you're having?
Definitely, that's what we are going to be dealing with. For example, on the development working group that we are actually leading from my department, we have something that is called, or a priority that is called, protection of social flaws. We are doing that precisely because we see it as an investment. So part of the negotiations that are actually taking place is to come up together with resolutions that our leaders will discuss and finalize that will deal with the issues that I've just spoken about, of protection of social flaws, that will include education and as well as health, but in particular the issues of ensuring that gender emancipation or women emancipation, as well as youth and people living with disability and transgender people are actually going to be looked at. So those are some of the things that we are looking at in building protection, but most of all building the trust that you are talking about. So this G20, as it relates to the resolutions and the members' statement that will be coming out, will also be looking at that.
Thank you. I want to bring you now to the conversation, Minister Joelle Clark. First of all, when you're at conferences like these, how often do you have to explain where exactly your country lies? I have to admit, I had to really Google Maps it. I was not aware where exactly your island is located.
Very interesting question. I think this morning I had to say it about 4 times. I'm from St. Kitts and Nevis. It's in the Caribbean. And I understand that it's not Jamaica, it's not Trinidad and Tobago, but we are St. Kitts and Nevis. We're equally beautiful and equally resilient.
Wonderful. So how important is it for an island state like yours, a country that is not very large in terms of its geographic dimensions, in terms of its population, in terms of its say on the global political stage? How important is it for you to be members of international organizations and alliances?
And that's a very, very good question, because St. Kitts and Nevis, we're only 50,000 people, a very small community. So in some countries, but for us, international spaces like COP, it's not simply a diplomatic ritual. For us, it's a lifeline. And we really don't have the luxury of geopolitical theater as we see deepening fractures globally. We are here for survival. And
kindly put the mic a little.
Oh, sorry. So it's not lost on us that every time we show up to an international space, to be provided the privilege to sit here with this group of phenomenal women to speak from the SIDS perspective, gives us the opportunity to say, hey, we need a lifeline. We need partnership. We don't need pity. We need partnership. Importantly, if international spaces like COP, like HSC, are really to serve small island developing states, then there is a need to be more transparent in the COP processes in particular. There is a need for us to democratize access to influence for young people, for indigenous folk. There is a need for us to ensure that SIDS, our voices, are not only tokenistic at the decision-making table, but that we're really there to influence outcomes. For us, for St. Kitts and Nevis, we're recognizing that it's important to recenter multilateralism. If we're going to build trust in multilateralism again, if we're going to believe that these systems are working for SIDS, then we have to find ways to ensure that the partnerships that we're building, one, not only look towards global North and global South cooperation, but that we don't neglect the importance of South-South cooperation. That's also an opportunity for us, and for St. Kitts and Nevis, well, actually just 3 days ago, we hosted the Global Sustainable Island Summit, and we brought together 274 participants globally. We had regional partners, UN partners, and we had 232 participants from 45 island nations speaking about the importance of island cooperation. For us, the climate diplomacy is our survival. We can't do it without trusting.
We will talk about exactly the details about how climate change, of course, is affecting islands like yours in particular. But first, I want to move on now to Cindy McCain, because the topic, the title of this discussion is Building Trust in Turbulent Times. And for many people who are in a crisis, in areas of conflict, where there's hunger, the WFP, the World Food Program, is probably the only sign, really the tangible thing that they can see where they believe that the global community, the international community, is on their side. So how do you build trust, not only with the civilians, but also with the governments?
Well, I certainly appreciate the question. And trust has become the main forefront of how we operate. We've always operated that way, but how we're needing to operate in a different way now. As you know, your point about changing how we operate is very true and very real. But trust is critical to what WFP does, and our mission in ending hunger and addressing the root causes of hunger, more importantly, and as well as food insecurity and malnutrition, we couldn't do our work without trust. It has to be a part of what we do. But that's why our teams operate in 80 countries around the world, because we do have the trust, because we are a partner that is there, we're consistent, where we most generally get in at scale, not always, as you know, in Gaza right now, we're not in at scale, But trust is a large part of that, and not just trust by the governments or the various entities, but trust for our beneficiaries on the ground. They have to know that we're not only in, but we will continue to come in. They can trust that. We at WP give food to whoever needs it. I mean, we take no political prize in any of this, and we certainly don't choose sides. And I think that's important in how and why people do trust us. We have very robust systems for tracking our goods and services and our cash-based transfers. By the way, cash-based transfers are not cash; they're vouchers. But that's the name of them. Anyway, our trust has been hard fought for, and I see right now this lack of ability to respect humanitarian law and humanitarian aid workers in general is abominable. They're shooting at us. They're shooting, they're blowing up our cars. They're doing all kinds of things. None of us have ever seen it quite this bad with regard to the treatment and the lack of respect for humanitarian aid workers. And I speak for all of us across the globe on that one. Thank you. I think lastly, the long-term impact would not be possible unless we did have this trust. There are times that we deal with countries that are perhaps not encouraging of WFP or organizations like ours to come in, but we get in and we are able to do it and do it consistently. And I might add too, we don't pop up. We just keep our head low. We do the job. We get it done, and we continue to do it. We're kind of your ground pounders, as my son, who's the Marine, tells me. Anyway, thank you very much for the question. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Now, Minister Alabali-Radovan had mentioned in her speech about the situation in Gaza, and I'm reading on the WFP website that there is enough food aid to feed the Gaza population for 2 months. The problem is access. Right. Corridors not being opened, and the minister has called for corridors to be opened and for food to get in there. There are reports of, in other countries, for example, food aid being stolen or diverted or funds being mismanaged. Isn't that also something that erodes people's trust in organizations like yours?
Well, in the case of Gaza, and this is specific because it is such a catastrophe, these people are not nefarious. They're starving to death. They see an aid truck coming. They want food for their families. I would do anything to feed my family, and I think you would too. So things are not being diverted in that particular sense. We take careful, not just careful steps, we have devices and things that we do to be able to track and trace our stuff. Is it 100%? In the case of a war zone, probably not. But we do everything we can to make sure that the food is going exactly where it's supposed to go, because our donors expect that of us, and that's what we try to provide. But lastly, and I know Gaza is kind of the shiny object right now in the world, but we can no longer do this. Your point about access and not just for a dribble of food here and a dribble of food there is not going to solve this problem. And that's what's happening right now, which is driving the desperation and driving the panic that's going on in the country right now.
And we'll later talk about the massive amount of money you also need to sustain the program. We'll get to that in a bit, but first I now want to turn to the minister. We've heard your speech, and we know that Germany wants to continue investing in development projects abroad. But what some people who maybe don't follow the day-to-day politics in this country know is that there's always this debate about why should Germany spend taxpayer money for projects, for example, in South Africa. Now, you've been the minister for less than a month. I'm sure that you've had this question asked a number of times. Do you have like a 30-second standard answer that you always give every time you're asked this question?
Well, I don't have standard answers yet. I hope that's okay with you. But of course, it is a challenge. It is a challenge in trust, not only in the multilateral system that we're seeing, that we just talked about, but also in development policy, also in Germany, in Europe. And as we're seeing that the United States are getting out of US aid and cutting budget. We see cutting budgets everywhere, not only in the US. It's a difficult situation, of course, when you have a difficult financial budget. But of course, it is now my job also to explain why it is also important to Germany that we cope with the crises that we're speaking about. And one point that I always make, because it is my personal history as a refugee coming to Germany, but a lot of people can see the point, is that if we don't do anything with those crises, people tend to flee. They see them, they have to flee. They don't want to, but they have to. And this is one of the examples that I can give people to show them why it's important. But also, of course, Germany's economy is based on export. That's why I made the example or the image of Hamburg, because I mean, as you can see it here, and it's not new, it's been like that for hundreds of years, especially in Hamburg. And so our economy is based on export, and of course at the same time on what's going on in the world. And as we saw with the corona pandemic, what it means when you have a crisis like that, people actually also in Germany feel what it means like. So we have to build trust also in Germany, but internationally at the same time. And this will be my job for the next 4 years.
So Germany also promotes multilateralism, and the thing is that for some countries, especially in the global south, for them, being in these multilateral organizations does not feel like a win. You said that we're going to create win-win situations, but for some countries it feels like us being members of these alliances is just cementing the old power structures. So how do you build a relationship that is based on trust and that will bring fair collaboration between the partners?
We need to build trust in the multilateral system, of course, and that's why Germany is supporting the reforms are being made, for example, at the World Bank, but also the process of UNDP. And I think one major key there is, and as I said in my speech, is that the countries of the Global South will have to play a bigger role, and not only the donor countries, but at the same time the countries who are affected by the crises the most. So that will be the main key, I think, for the next years. And as I said, we want to have a North-South Commission as Germany to also establish sustainable partnerships with countries of the Global South. I think the most important thing is that it's partnership, as you said. It's not about it's about partnership, and it's about finding out win-win situations for both sides. And I think the Hamburg Sustainability Conference today and tomorrow is a great time now, and a very crucial time to begin also this process.
Now, Minister Ramohopa, I just want to bring you back into the conversation, because we're talking about encouraging all these alliances, but South Africa, for example, being a member not only of G20, but also of alliances like BRICS, do you sometimes have to justify to other partners why you're also being a member of other organizations, or while you are looking for allies elsewhere?
Not necessarily, because we do believe, and we always explain ourselves to say that shared benefit comes with shared responsibility. And if you look at most of these multilateral institutions and international corporations, we usually talk about the same thing in most cases. If it should be the issue of the COVID-19 that has happened, we would then now make sure that if it is at G20, we do talk about the same thing that we would say at the BRICS, but we would then now find similarities as it relates relates to the kind of investment that needs to actually come forth. Because if you talk about development, development cut across. It doesn't matter whether it's development in the BRICS or development at the G20. At the end of the day, development and sustainability would then now be able to bring positive sides to the economy, but also to society as well globally. So as a result, I really do believe where we are, we've never really had to explain ourselves, but we always believe in the issue of shared responsibility and shared benefits wherever we are.
Okay, let's talk about those shared benefits, Rebecca Greenspan. With the ongoing trade wars that we're witnessing right now, I know that there's a report by UNCTAD about how the most vulnerable countries are the ones that are being mostly affected. Can you give us insights into that report?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me give you some numbers, yes? And how much these countries that are LDCs, seats or landlocked countries can suffer from the trade war, yeah? If you take all the LDCs together, the least developed countries, 44 countries in the world, and you see how much they contribute to the deficit of the US, to the trade deficit of the US. All of them together contribute 1.6% to the deficit of the US. And so even if you take the objectives that the US have set in this policy, that is bring down the deficit, bring revenue, or protect national interests, these countries don't contribute to any of that objectives, but they will suffer the consequences the most. Only with the 10% tariff, without going into the reciprocal tariffs that are much higher, only by the 10% tariffs, our estimates is that the trade, the exports of these countries will go down 20%. So they will be really hit very strongly. Let's say the seats, yes, all the small island developing states together, all of them together, St. Kitts and Nevis, part of it, they contribute only 0.4% to the deficit of the US. So it doesn't make sense to really hit these countries with the trade war.
So how are the small-scale farmers and the small businesses that are being affected by these tariffs, how are they benefiting from their countries being members of UNCTAD? How are you fighting for them?
Oh, yeah. Okay. What do we do, you mean? Let me first say that we should not take this as the necessary policy, or what we are asking is to have a call to review the policy and spare these countries from the pain that they will go through if, you know, the tariffs and the tariff war goes further. With respect to UNCTAD, we do a lot of things to help the capacities of these countries to really benefit from the trade and global trade. Look, developing countries can only grow with trade and investment. Trade is really a centerpiece of our capacity to be able to grow, especially for the small and medium-sized countries, because we don't have the scale to be able to be self-sufficient. So we need really trade to be able to thrive, and we need investment to be able to thrive. And so we help these countries in trade facilitation. We help the digitalization of customs, for example, and it's amazing what can happen when you do this. Yes, we just finished, for example, the digitalization of customs in Angola, 44% increase in the revenues from customs, or in Madagascar, or in Malawi, or in Zambia, or obviously we partner a lot with SADC and the South African regional trade. So we do a lot to really be able to build the capacity of the countries to attract investment and to be able to facilitate trade. Now, having said that, these countries
please.
can,
I'm looking at the clock
but
right there.
having said that, these countries cannot do it without an international environment that will allow them to thrive. If the international financial architecture, if the investment, it doesn't go to these countries, if trade is being putting barriers to these countries so they won't be able to make it, even if they do everything right at the national level. So the national and the international have to come together for the developing countries to be able to make it for their people.
Thank you very much. You've made a very strong case for cooperating in the trade area. Okay, I want to move now to Minister Clark, because this year, in November, the COP30 is going to take place in Brazil. I'm sure your country will be represented there. What needs to happen for you and your country to say that COP30 has been a success? For us, how will you be able to raise your voice at the conference?
We're already branding COP30 as Caribbean COP, and Brazil has allowed us to do so. So we're really looking forward to serious commitments coming out of Belém. For us, trust in this system, trust is the currency of the climate economy. And SIDS will be asked to make net zero commitments, to make our declarations in our nationally determined contributions. But to build trust here, we also need reciprocal action. We need the global north and developed countries to also commit to scaling up our innovations. Innovations that we have already created because of our lived experience, but needs the financing to be advanced. Now, for us, some of the things that have to be said over and over again coming out of every COP. We need access to financing, but we need a flexible international financial architecture that responds to our needs, that understands that the debt that's provided, the financing that's provided to deal with our climate crisis has to respond to our lived vulnerabilities. We also need multilateral lending organizations to really have more creative and flexible ways of helping small island developing countries. The truth is, if we go to COP and we don't have financial commitments that match our experiences, or we don't move funding to the most vulnerable countries, then it would be unfortunate if COP30, the Caribbean COP, fails us. And I know we're gathered here this morning because we all share a commitment that to solve the climate crisis, to ensure that sustainability and survival for the least developed countries is a reality. We have to commit.
Now, you said, thank you. You said at an event last week that small island nations perhaps feel more intimately the climate crisis and the impacts of it, and you feel like there is a lack of urgency maybe with other countries because they don't feel the impacts immediately the way you do. Is that something that you're addressing, and how will we change so that people say, okay, even if I'm not affected directly, we need to take action now together?
Thank you so much for reminding me of that statement, because it was a sobering moment for us. And the truth is, whether you're a CEO here in Hamburg or you're a fisher folk in one of our small coastal villages in St. Kitts and Nevis, you feel it. But the challenge for us is we wake up every morning and we're seeing the reality of a changing climate. We turn on the news and we're seeing the reality of a changing global system that's not responsive to our needs. So it's easy to lose trust and faith in the international spaces that should serve our shared vulnerability. And perhaps the only way for us to build trust in all our negotiations and international spaces is for us to base this trust on our shared vulnerability. And what's our shared vulnerability? The climate crisis. So yes, we feel it more intimately because we live it every day, but there are opportunities for the global north to support the global south, and that gives us hope.
Thank you very much. So we've talked about opportunities for collaboration in the area of trade, in the area of climate protection. Let's talk about SDG number 2, zero hunger. Ms. McCain, you said as you entered into office that solving world hunger cannot be done by one organization alone, that global cooperation is critical. Now we're also seeing that the US, which is the largest funder and the largest donor to the UN and its organizations, that has cut back aid massively. How is that affecting your work, and how are you finding new partners, maybe even in the private sector?
Well, when I took this job 2 years ago, I had had the opportunity to be the U.S. ambassador to the Rome-based agencies prior. So I saw WFP from the other side, the side of the donor. And I did see it was a little fat, to be honest with you. So we took the initiative as soon as I got there to thin down, scale down, make ourselves more efficient, more effective, more science and technology with regards not just to about feeding, but also to how we implement it, how we drop, we use drones. There's all kinds of things going on right now to make us much more cost efficient. Knowing full well that we weren't going to have the kind of money that we had before. Little did we know it was going to go that far down, but anyway. So from that respect, we have handled that. We've scaled back our people. We've had to make all the cuts that everyone has had to make. But what it's left me with is each morning I wake up and I have to decide which group of hungry people do I take the food from to give to the starving people over here? That's the position it's put a lot of us in that do aid work the way we do. And so from the restructuring, the redesigning, all this has been very good for us. It's been it's been complex in doing it, but it's been the right thing to do for the agency as well. But there's a growing gap, and the gap is between government donors and the private sector. We need the private sector, not just because we need more money, but we need your expertise. We need your ability to tell us what we could do more efficiently, better, how we can do it. And so I rely on the private sector now a great deal and they've come to the table for sure, but we do need more of it. And because that's the right thing to do for the world also. We all have to be involved in this. You can't rely on us or the other three biggies within the UN to do the job completely. And let me also say, the people I work with at WFP are true heroes. They go in every day when it's complex, when people are firing at them, when there's guns or tanks, everything else going on, and they never give up. And that's an incredible sense of honor that I have to be a part of this organization.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As we wrap up our conversation, Minister Maropene Ramogopa, I want to turn to you again, because there's a debate that I'm seeing on the African continent. With all these changes, these global changes, Africans are asking, okay, why are we relying so much on these global alliances, on the international organizations? What is the responsibility of our own governments to make sure that we meet the Sustainable Development Goals? What does the South African government do to bring food and water and education to the people of South Africa?
Okay. One of the things, especially in Africa in particular, and it's also going to be one of the things that we are going to see as a deliverable as it relates to the G20, is the issue of strengthening domestic resources mobilization. But we are not only going to look at partnerships as it relates to private sector and allowing private sector participation in building the state and capacitating the state. But we're also going to invest and try to ensure that one of the priorities that become a deliverable is the issue of curbing the illicit financial flows. It has happened a lot in Africa.
What do you mean by that exactly?
We are meaning that we have realized that the illicit financial outflows out of Africa in particular goes actually into the developed nations. So we really need to ensure that we deal with that particular matter so that we can be able to have our own tax base, but ensure that we mobilize domestic resources to be able to fund and finance our own programs. So that if we have to deal with with the issues of what we are dealing with currently globally, where USA is actually withdrawing some of the support they are giving. We have our own domestic resources. But if we are not going to deal with our own issues as it relates to companies that operate in our own continent, the illicit financial flows is actually some of the things that, or one of the impediment that is actually not making us to be able to deal with our own resources that we need to be able to fund what we are promising our people. So what we need to do is to strengthen our tax base, strengthen capacity of the state, open up for private sector participation so that we can then now be able to fund what our people need.
Thank you very much. And I'm gonna give the final word to Minister Alabali-Radovan. So you have said that Germany will continue investing in projects that facilitate the alleviation of poverty, projects that deal with education, and many more projects to meet the SDGs. What role is Germany going to play on the global stage going forward? How do you make sure that you remain a relevant voice while at the same time also giving a voice to the countries that don't have that political power on the global stage?
Well, we will stay a strong role and this is the signal that also we want to send out today, that Germany is a strong, reliable partner for the international organizations, but also for the countries of the global south. And we want to build sustainable relationships, and I'm so glad that you're all here today. We have the possibility now, today and tomorrow, to build those relationships and to continue with them. And we will continue to play also a leading role in fighting the climate crisis, but also in achieving the sustainability goals. And I'm very looking forward to work with all of you on that, on the base of mutuality and partnership.
Thank you very much. So we're going to take that as the final word. Please, a huge round of applause to my fantastic panelists. Thank you. And thank you very much for you, our wonderful audience. Thank you for being so attentive. Thank you to everybody who was watching on the live stream.
Hi, just a short announcement. We do a little rehearsal for the guys here, so there's no panel now, no nothing, just a little rehearsal, okay? Thank you.
This is the New Alliance Talk, Hamburg Declaration on Responsible AI for the SDGs. Please welcome to the stage, Holger Stark from Die Zeit.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. Welcome back to the second half of this first day of the Hamburg Sustainability Conference. I hope you all had a productive and inspiring lunch. Welcome to this high-level panel discussion at the 2025 Hamburg Sustainability Conference. My name is Holger Stark. I'm working for the German weekly Die Zeit. It is no overstatement to say that we are at a pivotal moment in time. AI is reshaping our world, but how we govern and how we apply it will determine whether it accelerates progress towards the sustainability development goals or if it deepens existing inequalities. That's why we're here to discuss and to spotlight the Hamburg Declaration on Responsible AI for the SDGs, the first international multi-stakeholder declaration of its kind. The declaration is the result of a broad, inclusive consultation from the Paris AI Action Summit to the Internet Governance Forum, and its goal is to set the tone for the upcoming debate. It's now my great honor to introduce our panel of today's global leaders and innovators, each deeply engaged in shaping responsible AI. Please welcome on stage Achim Steiner, head of the United Nations Development Programme. Bärbel Kofler, Parliamentary State Secretary of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ. Veronica Nduva, Secretary General of the East African Community. Ruman Chaudhry, CEO of Human Intelligence. And Irene Mwenva, Executive Director of Policy. And let's dive straight into the discussion. Achim Steiner, the key word here is responsible AI. What is responsible AI for you, and why is a responsible way of dealing with AI so crucial?
Well, let me start by using a phrase I used in the opening session this morning. When we talk about AI, very often we seem to oscillate between utopia and dystopia. I think responsible AI is one way of answering those who either think that this technology is the ultimate liberation of humanity, or those who think that it may unleash the darkest forces in humanity. And therefore, responsibility is, first of all, a notion that you try and understand that a technology can do good and it can do harm. We are introducing ethical principles, human rights principles. We are looking at environmental sustainability because an AI economy has very significant implications for environment, for our natural resources. But we're also introducing a notion that this conference is all about, which is you cannot think of an AI future without thinking internationally, without thinking globally, but also in terms of involving those who maybe are inventing and developing AI, those who are regulating the AI environment, and indeed that universe of potential users. And finally, as a head of the United Nations Development Programme, you will not be surprised that a significant part of our focus is on how to ensure that AI becomes, if it indeed becomes this universal accelerator of development, augmenting human capacity, that it doesn't exclude most of humanity because it didn't have the money at the beginning of the race. And therefore, we need to also create an AI economy, an ecosystem that allows even those who may not be the wealthiest to be part of it, and not to allow ourselves to go down an oligarch economy again, as we have seen with other technologies.
Thank you very much, Achim Steiner. Let me pass the torch to Veronica Nduva. How do you define, from your perspective, a responsible way of dealing with AI? No, let me take first, Veronica.
Thank you so much for the question. The East African community represents 300 million citizens. 60% of those are youth, and therefore big consumers of technology, big consumers of AI. So to me, AI is all about making responsible decisions. When we talk about AI and our youth, we are thinking their education, we are thinking our culture, our diversity, our democracy. Our youth are very active in politics. So AI has been defined by Steve Masiyiwa, our biggest tech person in Africa, founder of Econet, as enhancing human capabilities. But for me, it's taking it further. It's enhancing human capabilities responsibly, ensuring that we are doing the right thing, we are saying the right thing, we are accessing the right data, and we are part of the decision making. It's responsible AI is all about having everyone at the table.
Thank you very much. Bärbel Kofler, from a governmental perspective, responsible AI, what can the government contribute and how do you see it?
Well, what we're doing here is one idea how we can contribute as a government to come up with bringing together those who want to act responsible. So the one thing is what we are organizing here is collecting endorsement, collecting people, institutions, countries to come together and talk exactly what you were saying, talk about responsible AI, because it's at the end of the day, it's the question who is shaping AI, who is collecting the data, in which language the whole thing is published, and so on and so on. So being really responsible and sensitive to the possibilities, but that it has to be inclusive. That's something we can promote. That's what we're doing here also with the Hamburg Declaration on Artificial Intelligence, but it shouldn't stop only by talking about it or coming up with a memorandum, but really that everybody who is joining that declaration is also coming up with commitments he or she or the institution themselves will fulfill, and that means, of course, also we as a government, as a ministry, we're coming up with commitments. For example, open source sharing data on climate and climate protection, and do that open source and bring that into artificial intelligence so it can be used by everybody. It doesn't mean then it's only monopolized or used by a few with a certain interest. So that is a thing we can work on as a government.
Thank you very much, State Secretary. Ruman, you're more looking at it from a private perspective, from a founder's perspective. What's your take, also given what the State Secretary said about commitments by the governments?
Yeah, that's a great question. And sort of building on my colleagues' points, what we need is a wide range of perspectives. We need policymakers in the room, right? We need NGOs in the room. What's critically important is to build the technology to scale that. At Humane Intelligence, we build test and evaluation tools at scale. Our goal and our mission is twofold. One is to create the avenues for accountability. So when a model is built, it is deployed into the West African community. How can these young people that you have mentioned actually give feedback to ensure these models are being built fit for purpose for them? So for me, responsible AI is twofold. One is how do you empower people to build that accountability chain with the model developers? And number two, how do you encourage the ecosystem to be more diverse in the ecosystem we have today?
Thank you very much, Ruman. And finally, Irene, how do you see that? How can that happen?
So I lead and work for an organization that looks at who owns the data and who owns and runs some of these companies. And I don't know if any one of you in the room knows how many AI companies there are in the world. There are about 40 companies that run and manage AIs in the world, and none of those are registered or work in Africa. So civil society or civic tech organizations, of course, consider responsible AI from a point of a contextual understanding of data ecosystems, so that we can see how citizens play a role and are also able to see their clear picture in the whole data ecosystem, and to ensure that, of course, the AI and data is tailored to the African context. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So this all comes together in the Hamburg Declaration on Responsible AI. Achim, Steiner, how long did you work on that declaration and why is it so important for you?
Well, as you know, this is a process that began well before this Hamburg Sustainability Conference through a number of international fora. I would say probably a better part of a year, because it is the first time that we are trying to bring a diverse set of actors together. This is a field that is changing almost every day in terms of the constituency as it defines itself, but also the issues that are there. And I think what has been important from our point of view is to not allow the use of data to be driven by, as I said this morning, a techno-determinist view. I think what is so critical is that in these discussions, and as we heard from the panel just now, it's the demand that should drive really the way that AI will become part of every aspect of our lives. And at this point in time, we look at this also as breakthrough opportunities that are defined by urgent needs. Take drug discovery, for example. Many of the illnesses around the world today are not necessarily commercially interesting enough for pharmaceutical companies to invest in actual drug development because it's very costly. AI has revolutionized the way we can turn drug discovery upside down, massively lowering the cost, opening up opportunities for new entrants, and therefore changing the face of global medicine, if you want, for poorer countries or for diseases that are particular to poorer regions or tropical regions of the world. The other part is how we can take these ideas that are, in a sense, in the declaration, and as you said, Val, the declaration is also an invitation for individual organizations to add their own commitments to this. So it's an open-ended, if you want, approach. But to us, it's a commitment. As UNDP, we have now invested with Italy and also the European Commission joining now in an AI hub for sustainable development. That will be the platform on which we can engage with countries to quickly develop what is here a kind of declaratory intent into practical support.
How complicated, Veronica, was it to bring together the different perspectives from East Africa, for example, the German perspective, the European one, into this declaration?
No, I think from my standpoint, the declaration really is a great opportunity because it provides us with an opportunity as the regional economic community to ensure that there is more inclusion, that our voices again are being heard. So I wouldn't say, so first I would like to say straight up that we've been working very closely with the German government on this area of AI. We have the East African Community Alliance on AI. And why this is important and why it's also been difficult is because our countries are at very different stages when it comes to AI development. Of the 8 countries, for instance, only Kenya, my country, and Rwanda have developed AI strategies. So the other 6 are yet to develop that. So our policies remain fragmented, our regulatory environment still has a bit of a challenge, and therefore more than ever looking at the 5 principles around the declaration, then do you see the need? Putting, for us, people at the center is very, very important. Protecting our data is really critical. I'd also want to say peace for us is very important. We know that our continent, both conflict and also democratization processes can be very severely hampered when we have irresponsible AI because we have disinformation, misinformation, our elections are under threat, are vulnerable to distorted data. And therefore, that putting people and peace at the center is important. But also, let me talk about our planet, Africa. When we talk about climate change, we've seen the opportunities that the focus is here because the severity of climate impact is felt within our region. And therefore, deploying positive strategies, deploying initiatives, and like I said, with great partnerships such as we have with the GIZ, we've been able to have like pandemic surveillance, digital innovations in the right crop quality and seeding. So overall, I would say that the declaration is really important because our human rights, our integrity, our democracy, our continent and our region and our youth are all important resources that we must protect, and therefore there is a bridge to the inequalities that we see.
You mentioned a couple of problems. Can you give us a practical understanding how you can use AI to tackle those?
To tackle the problems?
Yes.
Well, so for instance, if I want to put on the same plate between AI and some of the SDGs that we are focusing on, I would be able, for instance, we have solutions. Let me talk about the solutions that we found. For instance, we have pandemic preparedness across the region by deploying AI tools in surveilling diseases that are across the border. So we were able to manage diseases like Mpox and Marburg, and to a large extent, we were really the front leaders in managing COVID, and this was done by deploying the technologies. We've also seen deployment of AI technologies in agriculture, and this has led to food solutions, which are a problem to us. But I think there is more opportunity. We are left behind. The modeling, the models of AI do not capture us. When we talk about the digital divide, I think with AI, it's even deeper. When we talk about, I said we are 8 countries, perhaps for stating them, there is Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, doing okay in terms of their economies. We have Rwanda, we have Burundi, DRC, Federal Republic of Somalia, and the South Sudan. Those are some of the countries that have conflict. And with the wrong deployment of AI, then we will only entrench further this kind of conflict. So for us, it's important that our data is used responsibly. And we have to educate our youth because people do not know. So AI is this grand thing that is available, and we tap into this resource without knowing what the impact of it has. So it's been said in our forums that AI should not stand for African ignorance.
Good point.
Yeah, I'll just
good
leave
point.
that
Yeah,
right there.
yeah, I think it speaks for itself.
Thank you.
Beryl Kofler, you spoke about commitments that come along with the declaration. Tell us a little bit more what that means, for example, for the government of Germany.
Well, for us, it means, well, there are 3 really points where we, especially as BMZ, can get engaged. One is the technology knowledge. That is very important. You were discussing the gap in between those who have access or can use and those who can't. But it's more than only informing people how to use a technology. It starts already with the access to energy, to be honest. Last year we had on a panel here a young lady from Ghana. She was talking about, well, you're talking about AI and 50% of my continent don't have access to electricity. So at the end of the day, it's also this gap where we have remote areas versus centers. It's a gap in between male and female. So we have to think about those gaps in a broad sense and the knowledge gap. And that's something where my ministry can be engaged and is engaged. It's about discussing with partner countries about regulatory frameworks, because at the end of the day, in the countries, there has to be clear what is allowed, what is a society agreeing on, how should it look like, and how a fair artificial intelligence system should be implemented. And the third thing is very important to me, again, I mentioned that, it's about data. Because it was said already how unfair data can be, how in creative artificial intelligence is sometimes to make up something. If there's not enough data available, they make up things. And that's even the nice thing. You can manipulate with that. So you need data, and you need data which is not only available, in German, English, or French, but is available in the local languages. To feed that in, to get local information in the system, so it can be used then by the algorithm to produce something which is relevant for countries in various areas on this planet. So what we are doing as a ministry, and that's why I'm pointing that out, is trying to break down also language barriers. So we support at the moment this access in languages like Kinyarwanda, Kiswahili, and Uganda. And of course, that's the millions, not the hundreds of languages more, which would be relevant, but you have to have a starting point. And to talk about that it shouldn't be biased on the knowledge we have, or we are thinking what is right, but we get the knowledge from the African continent, for example, also fit in. That's one thing. And we use that data, as it was pointed out, for systems to support. It's for the health system, for example, you can do a lot in information spreading, in organizing, in pandemic prevention. You can use it for forecast of droughts, for example, in the agricultural system. You can give information to farmers, modeling things. And last point, I was just coming back from the annual meeting of the African Development Bank last week in Côte d'Ivoire, and there was a panel of young African entrepreneurs, mostly ladies, by the way. Very, very bravely used artificial intelligence for their business ideas. And that was from the agricultural sector to getting blended financing tools for small and medium enterprises on the continent. So it was a big range of topics, and you can use that also for that if you're really thoughtful and mindful of what you're doing and don't leave it only to a few.
Ruman, from the perspective of the private sector, how can companies contribute to the declaration? What is the thing that private companies can contribute?
That's a great question. So one thing that really strikes me as very positive about this, about the declaration, is combining the sustainability impact of these models with the actual production and development. Often in companies, these kinds of practices, building it and dealing with the consequences, are completely siloed from each other. So what the declaration does is puts it all together. As Humane Intelligence, we've actually committed to do multiple of our bias bounty programs. We host these global challenges. Each has $10,000 in prizes to encourage individuals from all over the world to be part of the algorithmic auditing and assessment community. So that inclusivity in that language is quite helpful. We're also very excited to be partnering with the UNDP to do, sort of scale up this work and do a bit more. And I'm optimistic that companies will be more engaged in also being in the global majority, being part of these very important and holistic conversations.
Yeah, Irene, do you share that? And do you have anything in addition to add how the private sector can combine its knowledge and bring it together?
Yeah, and it's just to concur with what everyone has said and confirm that the UNDP-led Hamburg Declaration gives us hope for a global AI future in the wake of, hoping that Africa will also own its own AI companies, and to also echo what human intelligence is doing by sharing opportunities for algorithmic justice to ensure redistribution of power. And this way, our local languages will be included, our African values and African contexts, because in civil society, we advocate a lot for openness, and in doing so, we are hoping to see local communities being engaged. So far, through the country of Kenya and other countries in Africa, we've been hoping for some tax exemptions on some of the data centers that we would hope to see in our continent. I know Smart Africa is in the room, and the AU is also conducting massive digital studies on how artificial intelligence can be of proper use in Africa. So really to welcome the Hamburg Declaration in ensuring a global AI future, and that is rooted in justice. Thank you.
Achim Steiner, one of the pillars of the declaration is to promote peace. On one hand, AI can do a lot to promote peace. On the other hand, it's one of the drivers of modern warfare. How do you deal with that tension and that difficulty?
I think, as we have done with every invention in human history, it is in the nature of almost any object, whether it's a hammer, a car, an arrow, a gun, a drone, or now AI, to be weaponized or to be used for the benefit of humanity. And I think what we have to very quickly appreciate is that this is not just a control of physical risks. One of the extraordinary new dimensions, I think, with AI is that we're dealing here with a form of artificial intelligence, large language models and so on, that can learn at a pace that exceeds, I think, what we have seen in the last few years all over the world. Governments are scrambling to regulate a, let's say, technological frontier that is changing its both nature and scope almost on a daily basis. And I think one of the things that we have to quickly appreciate is we need to learn from one another. If every country individually tries to develop its own regulatory framework, it'll never catch up, most likely, and it cannot learn from the best practice that is there. Which is why the Secretary General at the Summit of the Future last year put forward a global digital compact. The idea was not that, in New York you regulate what happens in the world of AI or digital, but that nations commit to the platforms and the protocols and ultimately the objectives of working together. So I think the first answer has to be countries have to work together. Otherwise, you're not going to control or mitigate that risk of weaponization of artificial intelligence. The second part is perhaps a little bit more complex because and I just asked to show you this report. This is the Human Development Report issued just a few weeks ago entitled A Matter of Choice, People and Possibilities in the Ages of AI. What it basically says is we need to develop a complementarity economy. Otherwise, yes, AI can simply become analogous to digital automation, a displacement tool. But actually, if governments, societies, markets commit to developing AI as a tool that augments and complements human intelligence, to use that term for a moment, then I think we have a chance to also be far more proactive about containing the risks of abuse. And in the end, however, let's be very honest, we have to protect ourselves as a society. We have to protect individuals from abuse. I mean, my colleagues here can speak to all sorts of aspects we already heard. This is where governments have got to get their act together. And we as a society have to give governments the mandate to provide, just as they have done in history, the laws, the jurisprudence, and the fundamental rights that need to be protected in an age of AI.
Bärbel Kofler, give us an insight how difficult it is or how easy it is to convince other governments to endorse the Hamburg Declaration.
Well, I think it's not the challenge to convince governments, especially in our partnerships on the Global South or in our partner countries, because the need for framework and for regulatory, I think, is seen. What I said before and what I heard from my colleagues, that it has to be a fair access in shaping AI. That's something we discuss, because I think that's an important point. And it's more the issue than with those who are at the moment the front runners, technology, tech concerns, and big players around the globe who are not really interested in this democratization of artificial intelligence. The problem is not the governments around the globe. They want to have a regulation, and I think they want to have a framework which fits to their societies and which fitting to their background. So that's why I think what we are trying to do here with the Hamburg Declaration, with the help of UNDP, partner countries, private sector, science, to whom NGOs, to whom it may concern and want to join, is so important to convince those who at the moment only see it as a mere business model and don't think about positive and negative aspects, and that we have to frame it to convince them. We need a big solidarity amongst all those who see that we want to use the good things, but that we have to enhance the challenges coming with artificial intelligence, and therefore we need things like that declaration.
Veronica Nduva, Achim Steiner spoke about democratizing AI. Almost all relevant and big players are based in the West. From your perspective, how can we balance that better? And are those private companies at the end listening to your demands?
This is me.
Oh, sorry, that thing was for you.
No, Veronica.
Oh, it's for me.
No, to Veronica.
Oh, Veronica. Okay, thank you. No, it was very interesting just listening to the two perspectives, because certainly, and I was just reflecting, when we talk about the advancements on digital technology, we can't compare back to the days before. I was sitting in the beautiful hall earlier and looking at the ships and the sailing, and you had to wait for months and years for a ship to leave Europe to get to Africa. But now for anything to leave Europe to get to Africa, it's instant. Our children in Africa want the latest trends in Europe. So how do you bridge that divide? Because technology is here. And for me, I think the challenge is in a holistic approach. Why do I say holistic? It has been mentioned here, basic things. I'd like to walk with us. We are in a universe where in some places within our region, there is no bandwidth. You know, we are talking about AI, we are talking about sometimes 3G access. So the DPI investment, I think there is a need to immerse ourselves in the realities of the digital divide that is there. And from that perspective, then lead conversations that consult, that co-create, that cooperate, that bringing us together at the table and asking us, how are you guys and what can we do together? Instead of, here is a model we've developed, use it. And that way we'll be able to factor in what has been said here. What are our cultures? What are our practices? I used to talk a little bit about culture, and in our country, in our region, lunchtime, so 2 o'clock in Africa is any time after lunch. And morning is any time before lunch. So when I tell you I'm going to meet you at 2 o'clock, it means I will meet you any time after I've had lunch. So that's just a simple example of our cultural differences, because here 2 o'clock means 2 o'clock on the dot. So that's just a simple example of saying that when we are creating solutions, let us bring people to the table. Let us understand that we are at very different levels of development. When we are talking about digital highways, in our region we are looking for highways that cars drive on. When we are talking about the data centers and the cooling and what is needed, we still have water problem, we still have electricity problem. All those are key ingredients to safeguarding data centers. So all I'm saying is that the ingredients are many, the challenges are diverse. If we are to move together, and together we must move, then it is important that we co-create together. It's important that we consult each other. And then we will see the prosperity that comes with advances in digital technology, such as AI.
Roman, how can we divide that? How can we bridge that divide?
That's a wonderful question. I want to build on your amazing example. I know you gave kind of a comical anecdote, but I want to give you a real-world example. So last year, Humane Intelligence worked with the Singapore IMDA, that's their Infocom authority, to test all the major large language models for multilingual and multicultural biases across all of ASEAN, so 9 different languages. So how we work is we don't think that technologists are the experts. We think that the people with the lived experience, they're the experts. So we flew in sociologists, linguists, cultural experts from 9 different countries to Singapore to use our platform to test all the different language models for things like cultural awareness, even geographic bias. So when the United States talks about bias, we might talk about race bias, we could talk about gender bias, we on occasion talk about class bias, but we never talk about caste bias because the US doesn't think about these questions. We don't think about geographic bias in the same way that it would be in other countries. And so your example is very valid, and we tested for these kinds of things. So when we think about how do we hold companies accountable, how can the global majority be part of the conversation, an agenda setter versus just a recipient, these are the ways we do so. So when we think about DPI, the UNDP has been doing amazing work on DPI. There's so many partners in the room. One thing we encourage and we promote is DPI is more than just data, access to compute, access to models. DPI also includes tests and evaluation. And frankly, even at the major large language model companies and the AI companies, they also ignore test and evaluation. Security, responsible use always comes later, but we hope that a more inclusive vision also includes a vision in which we're also including test and evaluation with a broad range of communities as a standard part of the model development conversation rather than as an afterthought.
Thank you very much. And Irene, finally, how can such a declaration impact the daily life? How can translate it into concrete actions?
Definitely from the point of access to data. Think about African governments and access to data. Think about startup communities. Veronica can tell you how the East Africans are vibrant in terms of the startup community, and civil society accessing data. We think of this from a public policy issue or as a public right, where if scientists, if every one of us in the room can access platform data, as she has been pointing out, we're able to give better evaluation reports that will make these private companies improve their models and improve some of the technologies they're designing. But we also think of this from a point of, we contribute this data to these platforms, so they need to give us back our data. Thank you.
Thank you very much for our panelists for the thoughtful insights. You've clearly shown the urgency and also the opportunities that lay before us. As we come to close of this session, I like to underscore one simple truth. AI is probably the biggest challenge, but also the biggest opportunity at the same time for mankind in the 21st century. And we will need more efforts like today's and like those of the Hamburg Declaration to address it. I now want to invite all endorsing parties, all governments, all companies, all those of you who endorsed already the Hamburg Declaration to come on stage for a group photo. So, yes, please don't be shy.
Yes, I hope.
Come up and join the group here. Please.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you.
Hallo, Ingrid. Bist du gar nicht, auch wenn ich geweiert.
Thank you.
Yes, maybe that's
Mention
better.
UNDP.
Reem, Steiner, würden Sie einmal das Schild?
Ja, sollen wir?
So.
Do you want to move up?
We have already more than 30 endorsers of the declaration, and I see that a significant number of them is here. Maybe you try to arrange yourself for the photo opportunity. Okay, that looks great.
Thank you.
So as said, we're around 35 endorsers already, including the government of the United Kingdom, the government of France and Germany, the UNDP, Wikimedia, Policy as heard, but also the German digital tech company SATP, DECRA and more. Thank you very much for being here, for doing this, and allow me some housekeeping remarks at the end. At 2 p.m., we invite all of you to room 151 in the Hamburg City Hall for the public endorsement moments, where we want to collect more of endorsers. The declaration will be formally endorsed by a broad coalition of governments, their international organizations, civil society and private sector partners, and we will also be able to keep on going the discussion. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Und dann einmal eintasten.
New Alliance Talk, Alleviating Structural Challenges in Blended Finance. Hamburg Sustainability Platform, Moving to Action. Please welcome to the stage, Jessica Cham from EcoBusiness.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jessica Cham, founder and CEO of EcoBusiness, Asia's leading media and advisory platform on sustainable development. I'm delighted to be joining you here from Singapore and to participate in this extremely timely discussion on blended finance, where a major initiative will be launched among major stakeholder groups. As we have heard earlier today, 2025 has brought about seismic shifts in the global rules-based order as we know it. We are grappling with how to respond even as climate change is accelerating and inequality is worsening. We have 5 years left to achieve the 2030 agenda. Blended finance is one of the hot topics in development finance, and as you know, to finance the SDGs as well as climate and biodiversity goals, large financing volumes need to be mobilized, and more private investment is urgently needed. Last year at the HSC, the Hamburg Sustainability Platform was initiated. Since then, a lot of work has been done, and so we are gathered here for this session to provide a timely update to the progress so far, and to shine a light on how to overcome specific structural barriers to blended finance in order for us to accelerate it at speed and at scale. Now I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Niels Annen, State Secretary at the German Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, who will kick off this session with Germany's take on the potential of blended finance. Dear State Secretary, may I invite you to the stage?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thanks to all of you for being here. Welcome to my hometown, Hamburg. And ladies and gentlemen, the current global challenges require, I think that has been very clear from the very first sentence here after opening the second Hamburg Sustainability Conference. The current challenges really require joint action, and they require a strong international cooperation. And to achieve significant progress on the sustainability, the climate, and the biodiversity goals, we indeed need to act united. But unity, it's not only needed between like-minded governments. We also need to enhance cooperation with other stakeholders. That very idea has been a guiding idea of this conference since we kicked off the first HSC last year. And of course, I'm speaking about all the actors, but I want to give a special emphasis on the private sector. We all know, and sometimes we get tired of listening to that in speeches, but we all know the private investment is key to tackle the funding gap in emerging markets and developing countries. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is more than that. Broad alliances are needed to achieve real progress. And I think that there is good news, because we already tested tools for private-public cooperation on sustainable investment. Blended finance, for example, has proven to be a key instrument. By catalytically and strategically using public funds, we can, and we showed that, we can leverage private investment and jointly finance impactful solutions. But we also need to be honest that blended finance so far has not lived up to our expectations. And that means we need to make blended finance ready to be an engine for big solutions. And to do so, we need to overcome persistent structural challenges. That's, ladies and gentlemen, why we are here. We need new alliances. And the Hamburg Sustainability Platform is a prime example that this is possible. This groundbreaking initiative was initiated at last year's first Hamburg Sustainability Conference. Throughout the last month, the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, together with governments of Canada, Denmark, France, South Africa, and the United Kingdom, as well as, and I mentioned that before, as well as the private partners that are so important. And I want to name Allianz, AXA, CDPQ, and Zurich have taken the initiative forward. 2 of them have joined the initiative since October last year, which I'm very pleased about. And I'm also very pleased that the Inter-American Development Bank and the OECD are supporting the work as knowledge partners. And I want to thank all the involved institutions for our fruitful cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hamburg Sustainability Platform shows how effective public-private cooperation can result in novel approaches. It is about implementing change. And one change that we are celebrating today is that the initiative from now on will be called SCALED, which stands for Scaling Capital for Sustainable Development. But of course, we do not stop only with the name. We are also working towards the creation of an entity that takes standardization into practice. So, to sum it up, I am looking forward to hearing more about the breakthrough SCALED. SCALED, I have to memorize that because as I mentioned, I'm from Hamburg. I also like the reference to Hamburg, but it will be remembered, I'm sure. So SCALED is working on throughout today's session, and I'm sure private capital can be mobilized more efficiently. We as Ministry made a commitment back in Hamburg. The new federal government made a very clear commitment, and you can read it in the coalition agreement. And I think we will give everybody here an example how to implement that important initiative. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward for the discussion.
Thank you so much for this motivating message, dear State Secretary. For a deeper glimpse of how SCALED will put more efficient blended finance into practice, I now invite Martin Ewald, the lead of the initiative, to the stage, jointly with Anna-Sophie Herken, member of the Management Board of GIZ, who hosts the SCALED Secretariat. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Usually I would have to start with Your Excellency, so this is my diplomatic language, which I learned. So SCALED, we are one of its kind initiative between governments and large-scale investors. We started last October, and we grew already. And why this is so relevant, what we're doing there, we learn a lot. Within the daily work, we learn a lot about language, we learn about culture, we learn about terms, we learn about new names also of initiatives, but we also learn how to overcome barriers. Those can either be technical, cultural, structural, financial barriers, but it's really quite often something which hinders you from growing, which hinders you from scaling up, which hinders you from investing. So therefore, blended finance is the right tool to address challenges we have, challenges of our time, but the structuring and building of such blended finance vehicles, and there are many in the room who share that experience, is quite a complicated thing. It's a challenge. So it is not only this complexity of cooperation, but it's also the complexity of financial engineering. So unless we really find something or like a way on how we can make this complexity bearable or operatable, we face a problem in scaling up our solutions. So therefore, the target of SCALED is to enable the build of blended finance vehicles. So it's really how do you get started by building financial instruments, and this is what we will do. We will work for governments, but also for private investors, and that's something we also will do at scale. So therefore, what will happen next? We will set up a new and first of its kind company. And this company is only working on the structuring of blended finance investment vehicles in cooperation with the partners of the initiative, which you see, or you saw earlier above, also quite a unique set of partners we have, but also development banks, asset managers, other interested investors. So we are open source architecture, if you want to say so, for blended finance. And therefore we do a lot of additional learning and theory about blended finance, which we've learned over the years and which we're now starting to implement at scale. We will be a specialized transmission box between public and private investors, and by doing so we enable faster, more efficient and larger investments within blended finance. So Mr. Anand said, like, it didn't live up to the potential. Blended finance has that potential, but we need that engineering box, and that's what we're currently building. So therefore, don't stop there. We will put standardization into practice. We will not only think about how we can standardize, but we will build it already into the vehicles we will build on behalf of private and public investors. So therefore, we will be in the position to put our learnings into practice, and therefore dynamically scale up the field of blended finance. And the target is to build several vehicles per year, which we then will open up for further investors. And as we learned about the importance of cooperation, I'm really glad to have Anna here with us, because GIZ really enabled us to start this whole journey. Anna.
So thank you very much, dear Martin. And you just said it, Mr. State Secretary. I think SCALED is a really good example of public and private sector cooperation. And it shows what we can achieve when we work based on mutual vision and trust, and in this case, actually based on long-standing relationships between many of the actors involved. At GIZ, we are honored to contribute to SCALED by managing the Secretariat. And among other things, what we do at GIZ, we work with partner countries to really strengthen the enabling environment for sustainable investments. And we do this through various means. We sort of build regulation, we work on policies, we advise on taxonomies, on disclosure requirements. But what all these measures have in common is that they require different stakeholders, from the public sector, the private sector, philanthropies, and raising from local level to international level to work together, because each of them brings a unique expertise and experience. And this pretty much goes to the heart of what we do at GIZ. We do multi-stakeholder dialogues on co-creation, and this is, I think, what SCALED really stands for. So we very much look forward to joint progress, and we are happy to support with the Secretariat. Thank you.
Many thanks for this exciting pitch. To get an even broader picture of how the transformative power SCALED can provide and how it blends into the international blended finance context, I'm delighted to introduce today's distinguished panelists. Please join me on stage. They are Gunther Thallinger, Member of the Board of Management, Investment Management, Sustainability at Allianz; Patricia Pena, Associate Assistant Deputy Minister, Global Affairs Canada; Ravesh Rajlal, Acting Deputy Director General, Asset and Liability Management Division, National Treasury of the Republic of South Africa; and Vito Dellerba, Managing Director of Sustainability at CDPQ. Please join me to welcome all of them. My fellow panelists, we've heard from State Secretary Martin and Anna about the promise of blended finance. Yet for all its potential, fragmentation and inefficiencies limit blended finance from scaling. So I really want to field this opening question to Patricia. And Patricia, private sector mobilization is a topic that's discussed at almost every conference. But at the same time, it is not happening at scale or at speed. Convergence has reported that blended finance consists of about 213 billion compared to 15 trillion in the private capital market. How is Canada, who is holding the G7 presidency, advancing blended finance, and how has HSP played into these efforts?
Well, thank you. I'm thrilled to be here. It's my actual second time. So I was here at the beginning, and now I'm here to support. Canada's thrilled to be at this conference. I'll say a bit about what we've done. So really, this is a journey for us for the last decade. Starting in 2015, we started to look at these issues in a more concerted way. We engaged in blended finance, and we learned a lot. We did a lot of firsts. So under our previous G7 presidency in 2018, we advanced the Charlevoix Commitment on Innovative Finance, trying to set a kind of a broad agreement or some principles, some statements on how we were going to move forward. And then really over the last 10 years, we've been testing out new products, new tools. And those have been really great because they've had a demonstration effect, but they've also been suboptimal. Because every time we did something, it was the first time. We had to start from scratch. It took a very long time. And then we learned that other countries and other partners around us were also trying to do the same, but each one alone. So now we're in a different space. Now we've learned that it is effective investment, that it pays, and that it can support sustainable development, but we need to be more impactful. And the way to be more impactful is to come up with more standardized approaches, to come up with common tools, perhaps put aside some of our individual needs to come up with kind of norms and common frameworks, and figure out how we can build products and tools that facilitate investment. So that's really exciting. The common challenges we had were around structural barriers, some of the way our different organizations like to engage, but also just the how do we connect. So we know what we want to do. We want to put our concessional financing to the types of investments that help the countries that we work in, our partner countries, to build their economies and to grow. But we know we can't do it alone. So how do we work very effectively with private capital? And so that's why we've been really committed to this. This year, Canada has the presidency of the G7 once again. Private capital mobilization is one of the hallmarks of that. And its participation here today and the work that we've been doing with our G7 counterparts, but really with the broader community around trying to bring our experience to bear, but also mobilize some action towards definitive things is why we're here. And certainly on blended finance, this is one of our areas of commitment. Common standards, coordinating efforts, and reducing fragmentation, I would say, are the three main points of our efforts. So we're here today at Scaled, and maybe what I can say is, why is Canada so committed to this? We're so thrilled to be working together with Germany and our other partners. For those of you that are perhaps less familiar with how governments work in this space, I would say this is very unique. We have set aside maybe some of our personal politics even to make sure that we can do the right thing together. And so we're very grateful of the new name, not that we didn't like Hamburg, but it really allows us to present this as a global initiative that everyone can see themselves in. And the unique approach. I would say we have many examples of the public and the private sector working together, but what we don't have is a marketplace. And so having this enterprise set up that is really, in a way, a public good, so it's available, it's not intended to, it's really to bring together. And we can have the participation of the private sector, of countries come in and identify where there's a common need. We have structured products and approaches, and hopefully my dream is that we take what we learned through our pilots, and now we just take it up to scale. So sustainable investment. Let me see if I can remember. It's a scaling capital for sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patricia, for that really comprehensive overview and for Canada's leadership. Moving swiftly to Gunther, we have seen so much support for Scaled. From Alliance's perspective, how do you think this is going to solve some of the structural barriers that we've seen?
Well, as mentioned before, we have many of good examples how the public and the private sector can work together. However, whenever we ask about scaling, then very interesting discussions start. The discussions are, hey, look, we do have these projects, but you here over there, you tell us they are not bankable. And here over there, people say, we have all the money, we want to invest, but you over there, you have no projects. And this is a discussion we can have forever, and sometimes we solve it, and then there are the examples that I mentioned, the very good examples. What Scaled is going to do is, on the side of the investors, it brings together the investors in a form of standardization, in a form of commitment, in a form of speedy process. So the investment side says, there is the money, there is the structure, there is the vehicles, there is the willingness to invest, and there is also the understanding that time is of the essence. We need to be speedy. That's what Scaled is doing. And I really hope that many people out there take notice that this is there now, so that another side, which has many projects, and governments need to develop countries, this other side hears that from now on, it's not so easy to simply say, okay, there is no money. At least, it needs to be checked with Scaled, whether Scaled can come in to really support these efforts, these development programs that certain countries, certain governments have. So that's what Scaled is really doing. I should, however, also mention, it's not only this clock that is ticking. With this event today, there is a clock starting to tick, which is next year, at the Hamburg conference for sure, we certainly need to report that we are really investing into something. So with this event here, we also invite people on the government side, on the project development side, to step forward and say, these are the projects that we have. Now let's test whether your scaled is really working, so that we can next year show how scaled is starting to scale, can show that there are certain projects that we really can invest in, and with these projects we can start to build trust, because we show that scaled is going to invest. The projects are here in certain countries. The certain countries are actually building into their larger development programs, and with this they can see, okay, these programs can really be built over time with scaled, and then with many more players who join scaled. That's what Scaled is doing, I believe.
Thank you so much, Gunther. I love your energy. And also that commitment to make the unbankable bankable, because that's actually so important in developing economies. I want to turn very quickly to Vito. From CDPQ's perspective, how big is the problem of this lack of standardization? Because that's one of the key focus areas for Scaled as well.
Yeah, lack of standardization creates markets that are opaque, and the inability to see through simple, predictable structures creates difficulty for investors to be able to discern one structure from another. And it is not that blended finance is not an attractive structuring tool. It actually holds a lot of promises and gives us a lot of the tools that we need to make that supply-demand between projects that Gunther has very eloquently put forward become a reality. The problem is that it's hard to actually figure out the art of the possible. And so we need to bring standardization to the forefront so that investors have predictable, well-understood archetypes and common frameworks that they can say, all right, I know how to use this, and I know how to put it inside whatever whatever it is that I'm building. And so really, at the end of the day, it's a question of fixing the financial plumbing, if we like, of the blended finance ecosystem. And in order to do that, if we think of speed and scale, we're not going fast enough. When we think of speed, what are we talking about? We're talking about reducing complexity. We want to reduce transaction costs. If we're going to reduce complexity, the way to do this is to basically come up with models that people understand and are replicable. Simple as that sounds, this is not where we are. There's a lot of literature out there that tells us what can be done, and we've been part of that dialogue, but we haven't seen the market come together within sort of a specific space, and that's where HSP is looking to lead. As complexity comes down, transactions costs come down, and as transaction costs come down, what we see is that speed to market and the gestation period of these projects becomes significantly shorter. We're talking 1.5 to 2 years these days to put one of these things together. That is way too long. We need to really bring that in. And so that is the first access point that we need to take care of, is the speed of things. The scale part, well, that's just a question of bringing actors together to be able to efficiently allocate capital. We have an inefficient capital allocation problem. How do we solve this? Well, I think HSP, one of its major innovations, as simple and elegant as it is that's going to provide enhanced matching between different pools of catalytic public sector, private sector capital at one access window. And that doesn't exist today. Today, your ability to access these pools of capital is based on your network. This is not the way it should be. And HSP is going to hopefully lead the way to allow this very specific access window for institutional investors to lead. And so we think that as we bring these things forward within the HSP framework and we start to build trust, we're going to see a win-win-win. We'll be able to efficiently allocate capital, bring in new investors, and thirdly, we'll be able to bring in even larger transactions, allowing us to reach a 2030 agenda, hopefully as close to time as possible.
Thank you so much, Vito, and for that speed that, you've delivered your message, and also that we don't have that much time. But moving on to Ravesh, last but certainly not least, South Africa is currently the G20 president. What are your thoughts on the blended finance discourse, and how is the G20 going to push on this?
Thank you for that. Obviously, it's my first time here, and obviously glad to be here. But I think, with us obviously being the G20 presidency, I think we now can actually use this opportunity to put blended financing as one of the priorities in terms of our agenda going forward. I think if one looks at at the G20 itself, it's the first time that it's been hosted on the African continent, and with the African continent, obviously the region itself being the having challenges in terms of actually trying to get in, development financing. I think we can use blended finance as an option as well. I think the G20, partners are quite, important, and in terms of enablers as well, in terms of ensuring that we get the support. Obviously, they are largest contributors in terms of donors, and so forth. And obviously, we can use them in terms of their skills, in terms of just ensuring that we, rope in some of the private sector participation. Also, I think just in terms of our G20 presidency, what we're doing as well, we've created two working groups in the finance work stream in terms of infrastructure working group, where we're looking at developing instruments in terms of, guarantee instruments to have crowd in private sector, funding. And also we have the architectural, finance working group as well, where we're looking at mobilizing and looking at different types of instruments and seeing how we can actually use that to implement as well. And then I think, I think the other initiative is that we're also using, the G20 presidency as well to highlight the importance of the, sustainability, in fact, of scaled as well. So obviously that's going to be work that we're doing, together with the IFC in terms of how do we standardize and how do we simplify some of the initiatives in terms of, blended financing. So I think that's where we are. Also from a resource mobilization, we have a very deep liquid market in South Africa. We're trying to mobilize funding in terms of doing some reforms, in terms of the private, it's called the public-private partnership initiatives. We've got the budget facility for infrastructure as well. And also we have the Pension Funds Act, where we're trying to basically ensure that we get the private sector from pension fund to actually invest into blended financing as well. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ravesh, and for South Africa displaying such a strong voice for developing markets. I'm afraid that's all we have time for, because we need to transition into a very important signing ceremony. So please join me to thank my esteemed speakers for all their invaluable insights. And now, to commemorate the joint efforts of all key public and private institutions present here today, the Scaled members will be signing a joint declaration of intent. In this declaration, they reaffirm their joint commitment to remove structural obstacles that have so far been standing in the way of mobilizing large-scale investments. The commitment also underscores a deep desire to put standardization into practice by preparing the launch of a new company dedicated to mobilizing private capital for sustainable development projects more easily, quickly, and efficiently. For this signing ceremony that we will all be able to witness, I will be inviting key signatories individually and kindly ask you to proceed to the signing of the declaration. Please remain on stage after signing for a joint photo. First, may I please invite Niels Anand, State Secretary, German Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development. Thank you. Next, can I invite Patricia Pena, Associate Assistant Deputy Minister, Global Affairs Canada, to sign the declaration. Thank you very much. I'll now like to invite Ravesh Rajlal, Acting Deputy Director General, Asset and Liability Management Division, National Treasury of the Republic of South Africa, to sign. Thank you. And now I invite Gunther Tellinger, Member of the Board of Management, Investment Management of Sustainability at Allianz. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Vito Deliba, Managing Director of Sustainability at CDPQ, to sign. Thank you all. I now invite further representatives of this initiative on stage. They will briefly highlight why they consider Scaled to be an important step and how their organization will contribute to advancing blended finance. First up, may I invite Ola Thonke, Under-Secretary for Development Policy and Climate Ambassador, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Denmark, to sign. Thank you very much. Next, can I invite Sophie Villette, Head of Development and Sustainable Solidarity Investment Department, Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, France, to sign. My apologies that you're supposed to say a few words, and I'm going to give you the microphone very briefly before passing it to you.
And I'll just very briefly say thank you very much. I think it's a very timely initiative. We from Denmark's side have been investing heavily for the last 10 years in blended finance, learned a lot of lessons, recently scaling up on guarantees, but also an investment mobilization coalition that we have with the Nordic countries. And we hope that we can build a lot of synergies with Scaled on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Sophie.
Thank you very much. For more than 20 years, we've been trying to find how innovative finance can solve all our problems. But as was said by Mr. Tallinger, often everyone agrees, but the conversation goes in circles anyway. So hopefully all this work was not done in vain. And what we see today is probably also the results of all these years of experimentation. I want to thank in particular Mr. Ewald, who has a great experience in this field and has been doing a tremendous work in identifying the structural problems to prevent scaling and designed a very clever solution to overcome them. So France fully trusts Scaled to bring the desired efficiency and scale to the blended finance landscape. We are very happy that AXA is also joining today the initiative. Thank you very much, Martin, for generating this French private-public partnership. Yes, we very much support this initiative. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for that. Next, can I please invite Mr. Christiane Leibach, Executive Board Member of KfW. Thank you. Would you like to give some comments first or Stein first?
I'll comment first and then I do the work. Yeah, we're very proud and delighted. I'm personally very proud and delighted to stand here today and being part of this flagship initiative. And we have been as KfW working from the very beginning on this, I think, very decisive project, bringing in our expertise and know-how. We have gained over decades working with the private sector and the public sector at the same time. Nowadays, we hear a lot about that it needs more cooperation and not less cooperation, that it needs trust. And I'm a strong believer that more cooperation and more trust can only be achieved if we work commonly on initiatives and we really get into action and can show that we can make a difference and a difference to partnerships, a difference to emerging and developing countries, and equally a partnership among ourselves. So that's why I'm very proud, as I said, to be part of that, and I think it's a great group of investors from government and from public and private institutions, and I think it's, yeah, I'm very optimistic that we can get that to a real success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite Ms. Florence Roche, Head of Responsible Investment at AXA, to deliver some remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. At AXA, we are delighted to join Scaled today. The sheer size of financing needs in emerging market and developing countries is calling for an acceleration in mobilizing private capital, and we think Scaled could offer a unique opportunity to do just that. We see Scaled as a unique collaboration between public and private sectors and a powerful reaffirmation of our common goal to help scale capital flows into EMDCs. On AXA's side, this aligns with our commitment to finance climate transition and community resilience, and this also complements the work we do within the Insurance Development Forum on blended finance solution, especially around the Infrastructure Resilience Development Fund. Scaled has set itself a very high bar to contribute alleviating structural challenges that currently hinder the pace and scale of blended finance. We like the ambition, but we're also very well aware of the challenges it brings. And that is why the close collaboration between public and private actors which is a cornerstone of this initiative, is key. We believe these partnerships held great promises, not only to accelerate the financing where it is most needed, but also to set new standards, new collaboration for impact. I take this opportunity to thank the Hamburg Sustainability Conference for hosting this event, and also to the team at Scaled for relentlessly working to make this happen. We look forward continuing the work with the partners in Scale, and also we look forward to see more public and private players join this great initiative.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Now it's my pleasure to invite Daniel Brasso, Head of Responsible Investment at Zurich Group, to say a few words and sign the declaration.
Good afternoon, everyone. Achieving the United Nations Development Goals, and especially a just transition, requires a fundamental shift in how capital is deployed. Blended finance offers a powerful mechanism to unlock the necessary investment. But as we all know, significant hurdles remain, as we have heard throughout the entire afternoon. That is why I'm exceptionally proud to stand here today on behalf of Zurich Insurance Group in supporting of the Scaled initiative, as we see it crucial step forward in overcoming these challenges. For institutional investors like Zurich, the lack of consistent standards creates unnecessarily complexity and risk, hindering our ability to allocate capital efficiently and at scale to impactful projects. Scaled offers the harmonized approach will significantly reduce these barriers. We especially welcome the platform's emphasis on strong public-private cooperation. We believe that effective cooperation here is essential to de-risking investments and ensuring that projects deliver both capital, financial returns, and positive social and environmental outcomes. Zurich is committed to play our part in scaling blended finance. We believe Scaled offers a tangible framework that enables us achieving our targets. We look forward to actively participating in the platform, sharing our expertise, in working alongside other stakeholders that drive sustainable development through innovative financial solutions. By supporting Scaled, we are not just investing in a platform. We are investing in a more sustainable and equitable future for us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, thank you all for signing this declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been my pleasure to preside over this momentous occasion. Please join me to congratulate all the parties involved, and we look forward to seeing the results and the outcome of this multi-stakeholder cooperation in the years to come. Thank you. May I now invite all of you to take a photo? So sorry.
in global benefits. So I'm delighted to moderate this important discussion today. And we're in a very cozy room, but we are actually being filmed. And that means that we have an audience also via the World Bank Live and HSC on YouTube. Also, we have a small select audience in the room, and I think it's important to point out that we will try and take some questions from the audience. We have a lot to discuss today, and just 45 minutes and 4 speakers, so we'll try and get through a lot, but I would like to try and leave some time for questions at the end. So do put your hand up, and I think we've got some roving mics. So just first of all, my name is Peter Cripps. I'm the editor of Environmental Finance. So we're a publication that's been going for more than 25 years, believe it or not, and we really write about the ways in which sustainable finance, environmental themes, the risks and the opportunities amid the transition to a low-carbon economy. We write about how that's material for the private sector. So we really write mainly about pension funds, insurers, asset managers. And today we have a panel on really a development finance kind of an agenda. So I'm a bit out of my comfort zone, to be honest with you. So I'll do my best. But if you want to ask questions from the audience, you may well ask better ones than I do. So the premise of this panel is that the world desperately needs investment in global public goods, from climate resilience to pandemic preparedness. And yet countries naturally prioritize investments that deliver benefits to their own citizens, quite naturally. And this creates a systemic underinvestment in the solutions that we need the most. So today we're going to explore innovative financing mechanisms that are changing this equation through the World Bank's framework for financial incentives, its Livable Planet Fund, and the IDA's new Global and Regional Opportunities Window. So plenty of acronyms for us to try and unpack today. These aim to create real incentives for countries to implement projects with significant cross-border benefits. So what we're going to do first of all in just a second is play you a video, and then I'm going to ask our 4 panelists to introduce themselves, and we'll begin with the Q&A. So could we have first of all an introductory video, please?
Our planet is on life support. Climate, pandemics, food and water shortages, the hits keep coming. And if we don't act, inaction equals collapse. No jobs, failing health, broken economies, our planet is in trouble. And here's what compounds the problem. Every nation fights alone, prioritizing their crises. And we get it. Governments have to put their people first. But these crises, they don't care about borders, and they certainly won't be stopping at customs. The solution must be global. Introducing the FFI, the Framework for Financial Incentives, the World Bank's game changer to fund planet-sized solutions in developing nations. Global problems need global solutions with incentives. We're talking billions in extra funding, longer repayment times, and discounted rates for cross-border wins. Just imagine, restore mangroves here, healthier oceans there, cleaner air everywhere. One project, infinite ripple effects. And some countries are already in. Tunisia's already winning, with $400 million to flip its energy game. Renewables will go up, costs will go down, pollution will be out, and jobs will be in. In fact, 11 projects have kicked off, covering clean energy grids, wildlife havens, and food systems 2.0. Then don't forget, we also have the Livable Planet Fund, a smart pot of money for big ideas. It turns impossible into mission accomplished with grants and rate cuts. And that's not all. For low-income countries, the IDA Grow window is opening wide, with up to $13.5 billion over 3 years to fund solutions to global challenges and strengthen regional integration. We are rolling. But here's the kicker. Scale this now or watch the clock run out. The Hamburg Sustainability Conference is a chance to deliver. It is our shot. Back global action now. Score climate wins, economic muscle, and a livable planet for everyone. Because in today's interconnected world, the best solutions transcend borders.
Right, well that's helped to set the scene for us a bit. First, let's introduce our panel. Perhaps we could start to my left and work our way around. If you could, in less than a minute, all tell us your role in this space.
I'm Axel van Trotsenburg. I'm the Senior Managing Director at the World Bank. I've been there for 37 years. I've managed regions, finances, and currently I have been in charge of the whole Knowledge Bank, as well as the IDA, the Fund for the Poorest Countries, the whole replenishment.
Would it be helpful just to quickly explain what that is, that acronym stands for?
IDA? That is the International Development Association. It was created in 1960. That was a fund where we needed to provide for the poorest countries concessional resources. Concessional resources means less than market rate and much longer repayment periods, like 40, 50, even 60 years. And this is actually the second largest leg of the World Bank. We are replenishing these resources on a 3-year basis, and the last round we mobilized about $100 billion. And we get from the donors around 24 billion. The rest is leverage through capital markets and repayments. So it's quite a lot. 70% of the resources go now to Africa. And previously, it was Asia was the main beneficiary, but they no longer need all those resources.
Well, that's actually quite useful for people like me who find the World Bank confusing. So thanks very much for that. Right, yeah, please, Ntumbeko.
Yeah, I'm Ntumbeko Msokotwane, Minister of Finance and National Planning from Zambia. That is somewhere in Central Africa. I'm very delighted to participate in this, because your question is, there's some global challenge out there. What solution do you bring to the table? And as we progress, in the limited time that is available, there'll be 2 specific proposals that I will make to some global problems.
Good. Well, I look forward to hearing those during the course of the next half an hour or so. Thank you. Johan.
Yeah, I'm Johan Saathoff. I'm Parliamentary State Secretary of the Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. And I'm a State Secretary since 3 weeks now, so I'm quite fresh at the moment. But I was a State Secretary in the Ministry of Interior before. And before that, I was an MP responsible for renewable energy, for example, in building up the energy grid and the renewable energy in Germany. And I recognize that climate policy is not only a national policy. You have to think worldwide. And so I'm coming home to this ministry, to my topics, to my heartfelt things I want to foster a little bit. And before I became an MP, I was the mayor of my home municipality, which was a 13,000 soul community in the outer northwest of Germany, and very much linked to renewable energy, onshore wind, PV on the rooftops, but as well a community where gas pipelines go through, and so on and so on. So that was basic, and as being a mayor, I knew that all politics is local, and that means fighting against climate change as well as suffering from climate change. I think fighting against climate change and setting up the right financial framework is a better way than to suffer from it.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming and speaking just 3 weeks into the job. It's commendable. Thank you. And Joelle.
Right, so I'm Joelle Clark. I'm from St. Kitts and Nevis, and hopefully more persons know by now where that is. And I'm the Minister of Sustainable Development, Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment. And while I'm not doing that, and I find some time to work with Global Fund for Women and their Caribbean Climate Justice Program, which allows flexible grants to be passed to women-led groups working on climate justice.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so we were going to talk about these innovative new instruments. So Axel, perhaps we could come to you first of all. Talk to us about the FFI, the Framework for Financial Incentives. What will that allow the World Bank to do which it could not do before?
So just to explain to everybody, we are providing to middle-income countries basically market-related terms, and then to the poorest countries, IDA, which is very large. Now, for the middle-income country, we talked about the global challenges and the global public goods, like on climate change, like on health prevention, particularly pandemic prevention. You will need resources. So first of all, it's always, also with the multilateral resources, this frame of financial incentive doesn't solve that. There are other measures, so you need quantity, but you need also what are the conditions. And one of the challenges for middle-income countries is that they don't get actually grants or they don't get concessional financing, largely also because governments don't have unlimited resources and they prioritize the poorest countries. So that's an issue. And therefore, what we have been looking at, what can you do with this financial framework? So first of all, we are pushing for quantity. That is what they need. Secondly, the conditions. So that can be that you lengthen the repayment periods. Normally, they are much shorter in this, but now we can get up to 50 years even for middle-income countries. The other thing, what we are trying to do is to get actually concessional resources in there, and there what we mentioned, the Livable Planet Fund, where we would like to see, can we actually get some concessionality so that you can actually grease this, and that makes it more interesting for governments also to undertake these investments. So it is something that the ideas have existed, but is missing is, do we actually have the resources, and can you also within your own financial framework try to do some other things? There are additional things that we have been trying to do is, for example, expanding the guarantees system, and that may also be interested for the investments. So this is one part that is largely focused on the middle-income country. There's a huge amount to do. I'm arguing actually when we are looking at the concessional, we don't mix very well different funds. There is the World Bank or other multilateral institution that could provide quantity, but there are also like the Green Climate Fund, that is a financial intermediary fund, that got actually a lot of resources. How can you more smartly connect that? And that is where then actually these countries could also make investments at scale. In the other areas is for the low-income countries, there we have more flexibilities that can be grants, that can be in general long-term financing, 40, 50 years. So you have there more flexibility, and the interest rate is usually zero. So that helps the poorest countries to benefit also from those resources.
So it sounds like the financial terms are improved, but if I've understood correctly, there's this concept of global public good, which is trying to encourage less on the national side of things, but more.
No, it is, I think there remains a global responsibility. You were already alluded to. This is not something that this is a system, okay, now we'll do that ourselves so that so therefore other governments don't need to do something. No, it is basically all governments are unfortunately under stress, but also the global public goods agenda is under stress because the financing is missing, and therefore you need to think, can we actually create some incentive frameworks that can actually allow these governments to do it? If you look at there was the example of Tunisia. They have actually severe economic challenges right now, also fiscal challenges. So within that framework, everything being equal, they wouldn't undertake these investments. So then can you actually bring some more incentives in there so that they can make that compatible with a rather difficult fiscal situation? And there comes this framework into play.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So, Johan, if I could turn to you, why is this agenda important from Germany's perspective?
I think it's very important to have a broader approach and the possibility of financing climate action for at least all countries in the world, but at least for the countries who are not able to do it without the World Bank. So Germany was convinced to support this project of the World Bank, and we're very happy with it, that it is possible to set up a broader approach. Saying that means that not only finance structure is one of the hindering points of building up renewable infrastructure, of course, but it's one of the crucial points. And so we're quite happy that the World Bank makes it possible that these countries can join from the benefits. And on the other hand, we have to focus all the other things companies and countries are dealing with when it comes to climate action plans or renewable energies, which means a safe access to the electricity grid. If you're producing electricity, for example, kind of feed-in tariffs, which are sure for at least the next decade, I would say so. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to finance all the things, and so on and so on. There are lots of things we are focused on from the German government. One of the major points hindering renewable projects was financing, and that's one of the steps helping companies and countries in financing renewable action.
Presumably, a renewable project would have come under the remit of something which is good for the national benefit rather than the public good. So what would it be, an example of projects which would fall under that public good? Would it be like a mangrove restoration project, or?
Yeah, that is or we have right now a huge project together with the African Development where we try to get 300 million people in Africa access to energy. And that will be largely through renewable investments. And so what you want to combine is, first of all, facilitate this access when you know that 600 million Africans still don't have access. We will need to work at scale, and then combine that, of course, with smart investments, and particularly if that can be through climate smart investment like renewables, then it's even better. So then you facilitate the access to energy, and you have it also on a renewable basis.
So the cross-border part, presumably they're like regional grids rather than on a national.
Well, that would be absolutely with a regional grid. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. That's interesting. Thank you. Siegfried Becker, perhaps I could turn to you next. How is your government working with the IDA to design projects that explicitly link national goals such as energy security to regional stability?
Thank you. I think, let me start off putting it in a broader context, as you said. One of the challenges facing the Earth is how do we decarbonize it? And to decarbonize the Earth, of course, lowering the temperature, you require the critical minerals. We have the critical minerals in substantial quantities, mostly copper. So for us, our contribution to decarbonizing the Earth is produce more and more copper. But to do that, you need investment. Part of the money, of course, is for public infrastructure. Some of it we may have to go to public institutions, such as our friends in the World Bank. But most of it is actually private sector money. So our contribution, therefore, to this problem is to make the conditions attractive in the country so that private sector money through private investments can come through. That will lead to the increase in the copper production from the less than 1 million tons now to our ambition of 3 million tons in the next 10 years or something like that. So it is not necessarily about public money. It is about creating the conditions for the private sector to thrive. And this is where we have been collaborating with our colleagues in the World Bank to see what we can do to create the ecosystem that is attractive for private sector money. And I must say that with the discussions and the dialogue that is taking place, we've made lots of good progress. We have private companies coming in droves to look for the copper. In the last 2 years, we've seen the production coming from 770,000 tons. This year, we are looking at about 1 million tons. So those incentives are working. Why are they important? It's important to decarbonize the earth. But we're also saying that to get this large production possible to the markets, we need the infrastructure. This is where I believe, working together with our colleagues in the European Union, we are talking about the Lobito railway corridor from the part of Africa where we are, Central Africa, to the west coast in Angola for the West Hemisphere market. There's another railway corridor on the east to the Eastern Hemisphere. So that is happening, and we hope that, again, using more or less private money, we can continue to work with the European Union, African Development Bank, and others to make this into a reality. So decarbonizing the earth, that is our solution. Secondly, we have the problem, or you have the problem here in Europe of illegal migrants. It is a problem for all of us. What is our solution? Our solution is to ask you, colleagues in the West, to do more value addition in Africa. This copper production that is taking place, some, of course, will go raw, but as much as possible, there must be value addition in Africa. And for us, these colleagues, the Germans, they have car factories in South Africa, BMW, Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz. You have factories in South Africa which export all over the world. You are telling them to produce electric cars. What is in the electric car? Copper, because the engine is a motor. So surely it would make economic sense to do more of those engines through value addition of one type or another within Zambia, Congo DRC, ship the components in your factories in South Africa, value addition takes place. Why is this value addition important? Because you need to create jobs, you need to create a middle class in Africa. If we don't create that middle class in Africa, I'm afraid those who want to swim across the Mediterranean and look for jobs here, you'll find it tough to deal with that. So I think those are two concrete solutions that we are putting on the table to help with decarbonizing, help with illegal immigration.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Thank you. So with regards to the first example, the private money is coming in for the mining, but you need help with the infrastructure to deal with the actual goods produced. And the second one, just to help me understand, when you say value addition, what do you mean? Because the jobs are already being created. So what is it in particular that you're asking for?
The jobs are already being created, yes, but remember, the mining of today is different from the mining of 20, 30 years ago. It is going high-tech, so the labor requirements have reduced. Therefore, labor absorption can no longer just be restricted to the mining. Labor addition, labor absorption must also take the form of value addition of one type or another. So this is why it becomes important to do some value addition. No one is going to force you to do something in value addition that doesn't make economic sense. It must make economic sense. But we also believe that the opportunities are there, and we must exploit those opportunities so that we can solve the problem at hand.
Are you talking about bringing more manufacturing in-house, so to speak?
Absolutely,
right.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, that's really interesting, thank you. And Joel, to turn to you, a similar kind of question, really. What incentives from additional IBRD volume, long tenors, that kind of thing, would you need to encourage you to do more projects?
Right. Thank you for that question. So I'll start by providing some context for a small island developing state. Let's say we have $1, and it's a tourism dollar because that's where most of our monies come from. And we have to decide if we're going to spend 75 cents of that dollar on health and social protection and housing and paying our employees, or if we're going to split it in half and work towards a project that has some global good. And the decision is difficult when you don't have excess capital to invest. So for us, the incentives would have to be around the financing, whether or not St. Kitts, even though St. Kitts and Nevis is described as a middle high-income country, it's not really the reality on the ground, is it? Mm-hmm. It's not. We have a few high-income economic citizens that make our GDP seem high, our per capita seem high, but the reality on the ground is that we have to deal with poverty. We have serious percentage of our budget is in social protection, and we have to transition not just our economy, but we have to be more climate resilient. To do that, we need faster access to green financing. We need some risk-sharing mechanisms. We need to ensure that there is co-financing and grant-based financing, concessional financing. Oftentimes, we sit in meetings and we hear, there's funding available, but not for St. Kitts and Nevis, not for Antigua and Barbuda, not for Barbados, and that's a problem. And we understand that the challenge is how we assess vulnerabilities, and that's why our CARICOM leaders are pushing for the adoption of the MVI. Look at our vulnerabilities more holistically, but also at our assets. Multi-dimensional vulnerability index, which it uses more than just the GDP as an indicator of your status. We also expect that when you provide that co-financing, that it has to come with results-based financing. So there are times when persons say, the smaller islands can't absorb the capital, you can't absorb the financing. Then embed your experts in our systems, not like come for 2 weeks and, hi, how are you, what's this project? 6 months, 2 years, stay with the country. Ensure that the systems are in place so that the financing that's provided for us works. And that's why I really appreciate your commentary and this FFI framework, because it means that St. Kitts and Nevis could finally access financing to transform our economy and then more readily say, we're ready to do a project that does some global benefit. Has global benefit.
That's really interesting. Thank you. So if I understand correctly, the problem is your categorization is a...
It's a challenge. That's a really serious problem for island countries, that most people don't understand that the GDP per capita is not a relevant measure, or it gives the wrong impression. Many of the countries look like upper middle income countries, like Barbados has 22,000 per capita. But if you visit Barbados, that is not the reality. And that is one of the problems. So we have been trying to deal, particularly in the Pacific, we have made all the countries IDA eligible. We've been trying to do that also with a certain number of countries in the Caribbean, but not everybody is accepting from the donors that other countries could be IDA eligible. And that is a problem for these countries because they are hit regularly by hurricanes or typhoons. And then the damage is not 0.5% of GDP. You talk about 10 to 50, 60% of GDP in damages. And that has, of course, huge consequences on that situation. So they get into a vicious circle.
That's a very good point about the physical impacts of climate change. Does kind of adaptation or resilience fall under the eligible project categories?
Absolutely. In general, we have been doubling our climate finance. We're now at around $42 billion, about 45% of total commitments that we're making. I think we will have to continue that. What we hope is that everybody continues this. And what is a big problem is that there is a lot of withdrawal. You saw that also in the COP now with many private enterprises all out of a sudden no longer being interested in this. And these investments are absolutely needed. We need to work much, much harder on the adaptation agenda. I think certainly for the low-income countries, we're getting to the 50-50. But I think we need collectively to make sure that this is also done for the middle-income countries. And that is still a big challenge. Mm-hmm. And on the private sector side, what you're seeing is the private sector tends to be more in the mitigation.
Yeah. And that's a challenge as well. We want to commit to greenhouse gas emissions, but we have roads that need fixing. We have countries like Dominica experience 110% GDP loss due to hurricane.
They got the Ida.
Yes.
They got it.
So we want that to be a more holistic approach for the Caribbean if we're going to really focus on mitigation projects, global projects.
Well, I'll turn to questions from the audience in just a minute, but perhaps I could just come back to you quickly.
Sure.
So you mentioned about a problem of accessing capital. What kind of projects would you hope to get off the ground if you could access it?
So I'll use our Minister of Energy's statement, and he makes it all the time. For us, we're a fossil fuel-based economy. And if we're going to transition, we need to solve energy. So we need renewables. And we have geothermal reserves on Nevis that can power St. Kitts, Nevis, and all the neighboring islands up to Puerto Rico. Now, if we're going to do that, we need to connect St. Kitts and Nevis via undersea cable, and then we need to upgrade the grid, and we need to connect all the households. Now, if we do that, we can solve water because we can also provide water through desalination, through solar, through the geothermal reserves. And then we can solve food because one of our major challenges is we are a water scarce country. And then, of course, it means that manufacturing, just like you mentioned, would be better because the cost of power is less. More jobs, more livelihoods. And that cycle is what's needed for St. Kitts and Nevis, but it needs a serious injection of concessional financing for geothermal energy in the billions. And we don't have that. So we need private money, private sector money, we need the World Bank's financing, and of course, the government's commitment.
You said in the billions. Can you put a finger on how much it would all...
Well, billions. I think the experts would say it, but so far we've gotten commitments from the Green Climate Fund, 17 million for production wells, and of course the Caribbean Development Bank, and the GCF had a regional dialogue in St. Kitts just in March, and the executive director was there, and she visited Nevis, the geothermal plant, and made another commitment, 35 million once we have the framework to absorb the funds. So, and that's just the beginning of that transition, and that's a 10-year transition, but billions.
Okay. I have other questions, but I would like to offer the opportunity. Is anyone who wants to put a hand up? I think we have some roving. I think there's a question here. Any others at all?
One behind you.
Oh, and one here as well. Yeah, there's a couple of questions if you could say who you are as well, if that's all right before you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the discussion. I'm really enjoying. I'm Pilar Hernandez. I work for the SORMAS Foundation. We have been talking about public goods in general as, for example, the understanding of natural resources. Mangroves have been mentioned, energy, and so on. But I would like to ask a question, a question addressed to anyone who wants to respond. We work with digital public goods. So there is a number of organizations that are working very hard to make digital tools available for anyone. Like in our case, we work with a tool that it's open source on purpose so that anyone can access it. In different topics, so we work with disease surveillance, but there are many others. So is there any, but the problem is that there is not enough awareness. So when these organizations working with digital public goods, developing and maintaining we search for funding, there is either not enough awareness or not enough understanding. So my question to anyone who wants to respond is there anything like digital public goods funding in the agendas? Has this been considered? Yeah, that's
well, you mentioned not enough awareness. That includes me. What is a digital public good? Can we first of all describe that?
So digital public goods are basically digital tools that are made available for, they fulfill some criteria. Some of these criteria are that they are open source, that they, of course, so that organizations do not have to pay licenses for using them. They have a community approach. They are scalable, and they contribute to sustainable development goals. That's basically a very rough definition. But so we see that there is no awareness of that.
Well, our concerns were so big that we actually created a digital VPU, a vice presidency, to deal precisely for this. And there is a huge concern about the digital divide. If you're looking at internet access between a low-income country and a high-income, there is a huge. And if that is not enough, these countries also risk an AI divide. And so they may risk to fall completely behind. We have actually quite a bit of programs that can be digital government, e-commerce, digital IDs, where we are supporting it, but digital is now getting in every area on this. So we are looking at this. It can be digital infrastructure, it can be also digital services, and then, of course, clearly how you get also the private sector, because here there could be private sector activity. So it is, we are certainly quite supportive on it. What I would say is there are enormous competing demand, and this is an area where you indeed could mobilize much more the private sector.
Thank you very much.
Any other thoughts on digital public good?
May I add one thought to this? Because it's focused on the digital resilience of the countries too, which is a topic I had to deal with when I was State Secretary in the Ministry of Interior, because we wanted to know where are all the data of our municipalities, 11,000 in Germany, are going to, and how do we deal with it in a situation where we don't know, let me say it politely, where the ties between two countries sometimes strengthen, sometimes loosen. So in this situation, which is getting more and more uncertain, it's very important to have a strategic digital resilience in your own country. Of course, it's the main task of the government of a country on the one hand, but if it is not possible to realize somehow, and there are lots of products which are open source, which is absolutely inevitable, we have to find a solution how to get and finance it. You may be right that there is not enough awareness, because we're always thinking about, oh wow, how can we save CO2 or whatever, but digital resilience is for a country a crucial point, and every country has to find good solutions for their own digital resilience.
Great, thank you. There was a question over here, if the microphone could find its way there.
Good afternoon. I am Colincia Levine. I am the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Environment, Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment with Honorable Dr. Joyelle Clark. My question is for the World Bank. And the presentation made was extremely compelling and very much in line with the thematic focus of the conference thus far. It's very hopeful. So I am here, and I would like to know, when this session is over, how can we engage the World Bank towards accessing these facilities? Is it that we can engage? Is there an email, a phone number, or is it the World Bank is the one who assesses the landscape and then makes the connection? How do we make your presentation real for St. Kitts and Nevis?
So we have, of course, a whole Latin American region. We have a department only for the Caribbean. And the country director is based in Jamaica. And so they are in contact with the individual governments, and it depends on how much requests are coming. I am not aware that you have been taking much money from the bank on this. Barbados, for example, left actually the borrowing from the bank. They just came back 2 years ago. So it depends also on that engagement with the World Bank to deal with it. That is, you know, these are countries that are eligible for borrowing. So my suggestion is you would talk with the country director. What are actually the programs if you want to reactivate on the program? Then I just want to point to manage expectation a little bit. The billions of dollars, everybody needs billions. I mean, the problem is that we are all short of money. Despite the fact that you are dealing, for example, 100 billion for IDA, that is an enormous amount. But there are 78 countries that are benefiting from this, and we need to keep that in mind. I just want to say that in many areas, the island countries, they will get substantial allocations on a per capita basis. So we're looking at that as well. But I would certainly suggest to be in touch with them and see also what your plans are.
Thank you. There was another question just here.
Hello, hi. I'm CEO of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. My name is Monika Fröhler, and thank you very much for this interesting discussion. Your Excellency Minister, I do have a question for you. Zambia was hit by massive droughts in the year 2023 and 2024, and the ripple effects can still be felt adversely. Particularly hard hit are the smallholder farmers, so the agricultural sector in your country. And only 0.8% of climate finance goes to smallholder farmers. So now you are in the presence of Germany and the World Bank. What would be your appeal to donor countries, how they can actually invest better into the agricultural sector for adaptation purposes?
But that's our 3-minute warning, so we'll take this question and then I'll ask everyone just to give their final closing thoughts afterwards.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I think our approach is indeed to look at our colleagues from the World Bank who provided us with a lot of support. I think the challenge is much more about how do we narrow down to the priorities given these changes that are taking place so that catastrophes like the one you're talking about are focused. Finally, I want to say that the reality today is that cheap public money is getting less and less. So we have to find ways of how we can draw in the private sector where appropriate. Let me stop here since there's little time left.
Yeah, we do have little, so I'm just going to quickly whiz around and ask for any final thoughts in the last 2 minutes. Perhaps we could start with you, Joelle.
Right, so I think it's important to end by saying that if we're going to bridge the gap between national action and global good, SIDS in particular need access. We don't lack ambition, we lack access to financing, and we appreciate the framework that's presented by the World Bank because it means there's hope and we can do things.
Wonderful. Thanks very much for that, Joelle. Johan?
Yeah, I want to put a point in, I discussed the discussion before, which is looking on the situation in Germany. We had 30 years ago only a few producers of energy. Now we have hundreds of thousands of producers of energy. So what does that mean? That means that the energy sector is somehow democratified. And that is a very important point, not only saving CO2 and building up infrastructure for the people, but to get people involved in the function of a state is a very big point.
Thank you very much. Siton Beko.
Yeah, first point is to agree with what my colleague has said. Zambia, we've had a lot of energy reforms, which include the fact that now you can put solar, and if you are producing excess, you can sell it to the grid, and that is helping to, as you said, democratize the energy. But my final point is, I talked about value addition earlier on. There is sometimes a fear in Europe that this will take away jobs from Europe. The opposite will happen, because when incomes rise in Africa, in the poor countries, they'll be able to buy more from you.
Yeah.
For today, we can only watch nice cars, but we can't pay for them. So if there's absolutely no fear to say, because there will be some value addition, therefore jobs will be lost, the opposite will happen. Thank you.
Wonderful. Very quickly, Axel, and they will.
I think this should be once a topic here for a Hamburg conference, is how to put manufacturing in Africa. It is simply unacceptably low, and there are huge opportunities. And if you are looking at the demographic trends, this is absolutely what needs to be considered. I think what we are pointing out is there are frameworks of what the bank can do, but it has to go beyond the bank. We need enormous amount of money, and that includes a lot of private money. And every institution should look, can we actually do better in terms of responding to the needs on this? And that may be some concessionality, but ultimately we need to undertake these investments. And that requires that everybody stays engaged. And I think there we need to be joined on this, because there are enough forces that want to chicken out of this. We need to basically stay engaged, invest, and have a long-term commitment. That is what the bank is trying to do, and we will stay committed to it. But you cannot do it alone. It has to be in concert with others, us multilaterals, us bilaterals, and the private sector, and then you may have a fighting chance.
Well, they're very strict on timekeeping here, so I'd better wrap it up there, but I'm sure our panelists will hang around afterwards to answer any questions we didn't have time for, so can you please help me to thank the panel?
just waiting on one late arrival, and we'll get going very shortly. Thank you.
This is the Future Talk, Multilateralism in Crisis, a Call for Renewal, the United Nations 80 Initiative. Please welcome to the stage, Luke Feltham from Mail and Guardian.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My sincere apologies for that delay. My name is Luke Feltham. I am a South African journalist. I promise I've done my absolute best to learn the right pronunciations of these lovely European names. Specifically, I am the editor-in-chief of a publication known as the Mail and Guardian. I'm honored to have been asked to moderate today's session. Whenever I give a talk to young students who are unsure about taking up journalism as a craft, I always tell them that as a journalist, you are privileged to be on the front lines of history. And that is very much the case for me today, as I get the opportunity to talk and pose questions to some remarkable people. The issue we're here to discuss is one we all have a stake in. For all our differences, we are all in Hamburg this week because we share the fundamental idea that peace and prosperity could never come from isolation. But of course, you do not come here to listen to me, and given that time is of the essence, we'll get going. The session's goals today are to reflect on current challenges to multilateralism in general and the United Nations in particular. We will examine potential solutions. The UN 80 initiative will be presented, which, as you know, was announced by UN Secretary General Guterres in March this year. And we'll open the conversation around shared priorities and diverse perspectives. We'll now listen to a voice from civil society, giving us context on why we're here today. We will then move to the keynote. That will be followed by 2 impulses, and from then we'll jump straight into our panel discussion. We'll then hear some closing remarks before, of course, we get to our family photo. So without further ado, can I give the stage to our first speaker, please? Alabali-Radovan. He represents civil society and is a youth engagement advocate and climate activist. He was born in the Democratic Republic of Congo and came to Kenya as a refugee when he was 18 years old, fleeing conflict. When he first came to Kenya, he was in the refugee supported by HSC and UNICEF. And he will now tell us about the importance of the UN in conflict settings. Mr. Espoir, stage is yours.
Thank you very much for being here. Distinguished guests of honor and the minister and everyone, you're welcome. My name is Alabali-Radovan, and I'm here as a Congolese who flee from his country due to some conflicts and become a refugee in Kenya due to some conflict, but fortunately I'm here today. UNHCR and other agencies and UN in general are still doing the good work. Recently, I visited a refugee camp in Kenya, which is called Kakuma, where there is more than 14 nationalities, including Somali, Burundian, Congolese. And I saw at the first hand the good job of UN, the good job of UNHCR and other UN agencies and what they are doing. I was very astonished to see how this amazing work is under threat now due to this liquidity crisis, which is happening now around the globe. I'm here, I've benefited from the UN work. In different sectors, including UNDP, UNHCR, I don't want to mention all of them. And I can say that UNHCR with other partners, they are doing an incredible work, very, very incredible work. If you try to visit and go on the ground, you will witness and see what is happening, and you'll say that this UN shouldn't be facing this liquidity crisis which they're facing now. As you see me here, I can say that UN still need a continued support because this is really life, and they're also really people. Making close or stopping this initiative or supporting the UN will make more harm than support, because once you see the crisis which is happening in the Gaza, in Congo, in Sudan, and in other parts of the world, you realize that these people, what they are doing, it's really amazing. UN supporting these people under crisis. Putting this system on the threats will do more harm than benefits. I'm the one of the people who benefited from that support, and I will urge everyone to do and make a continuous support to the UN program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We'll now move on to our keynote address. Reem Alabali-Radovan is the German Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development. I believe she's here. While she is here, she will present her 5 priorities for the UN 80 initiative. Minister, please can I welcome to the stage.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. When the United Nations was formed 80 years ago, large parts of the world lay in ruins. Under the impression of the horrors of the Second World War, which Nazi Germany and its allies had inflicted onto the world, the international community resolved that such a disaster should never happen again. That common rules are needed, which are respected by everyone, that strong international institutions are necessary to ensure peaceful and safe, secure coexistence of all people. For almost 80 years, the United Nations has been the backbone of an international order that is built on fair rules and the protection of human rights. Yet, this international order has come under pressure. Geopolitical tensions, tight budgets, and nationalistic self-interest have thrown multilateralism into crisis. That may sound rather abstract for many people, but all us in the room know it is not. The crisis of multilateralism has very tangible effects on people worldwide, especially in countries of the global south, as we have just heard from my previous speakers. Excuse me, from my previous speaker. Many thanks for your clear and strong message. One region where it is now more obvious than ever how irreplaceable the United Nations is Gaza. The horrific terrorist attack carried out by Hamas and the ongoing war in Gaza have brought immeasurable suffering to the people and the region, and I talked about it in my opening keynote today in the morning. And I will now just say again, we need the humanitarian agencies of the United Nations on the ground. We need them to stop starving of the people in Gaza. And I spoke about that with the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres about the situation in Gaza and about the current crisis of the United Nations when we met about 2 weeks ago. I assured him that Germany stands firmly behind the United Nations and that Germany will continue to be a strong voice for multilateralism because the global challenges of our time, such as poverty, hunger, and inequality, wars, and the climate crisis, can only be solved on the basis of international cooperation, trust, and common rules. And that is particularly true for Germany. Our prosperity as an exporting nation has been built on openness towards the world, on stable international markets, and on reliable international partnerships. Our security is based on international partnerships and cooperations and strong alliances. It is closely linked to the security and stability of other regions of the world. So Germany needs a stable international order and a strong United Nations. However, it is evident that the current global situation calls for comprehensive reforms at the United Nations. It is for that purpose that Secretary General Antonio Guterres launched the UN80 initiative. I support the ambition to make the United Nations more efficient, transparent, and effective. And I am pleased that Under Secretary General Guy Ryder, head of the UN80 task force, is here to give us more insight into the reform process. Germany will support him in his work, and we have 5 key priorities for this process. Firstly, the UN pillar for sustainable development needs to be maintained on an equal footing alongside human rights, peace, and security. The UN development system is indispensable for reducing poverty, hunger, and inequality in the world, for making societies resilient against crises, and for securing a peaceful coexistence of all people. Secondly, the UN needs to continue to be guided by the normative compass that the international community has given itself. This includes the Pact for the Future that was agreed last year, of course, the 2030 Agenda, and the United Nations Charter, of course. The international community must not settle for less than exactly these achievements. The same is true for the progress on human rights, gender equality, and climate action that has been achieved over the last years and decades. Thirdly, the UN organizations must reduce unnecessary duplication and redundancies, overcome silos, and improve UN-wide cooperation. All measures taken must be aligned with the goal of making the United Nations more effective. I'm sorry, I hope you're not disturbed by the lighting here. So all measures taken must be aligned with the goal of making the United Nations more effective and coherent when it comes to reducing poverty, hunger, and inequality and securing a livable planet. Fourthly, we need less competition among UN organizations when it comes to raising funds. Competition for ideas is very good, but joint implementation needs to be given greater attention. The donor community must, of course, also play its part, working with less or softer earmarking and providing more in core contributions. And fifthly, the United Nations needs to become more representative and inclusive. The member countries, big and small, north or south, east and west, must be included in the reform process, because a reform of the United Nations can only be successful if it is backed by its member countries. Germany and other member countries have formed an alliance to support the United Nations development system, and I am happy to see many of the supporters here today. And I would be very pleased to welcome more countries as members of the alliance. Please feel encouraged to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, almost 80 years after it was founded, the United Nations is at a crossroads, and I will work hard as a minister to ensure it emerges stronger from this challenging time. And I'm glad to have so many strong partners like you at my side. Perhaps no one embodies the commitment for strong United Nations more than UNDP Administrator Achim Steiner, to whom I now hand over. Thank you very much.
Oh no, I have a microphone. Yes, I was just going to say, how will you hear me? Minister Excellencies, dear colleagues, let me first of all say my dear colleague Guy Ryder is here. We are comrades in arms, but he is the one who is carrying the UN80 effort, so let me hand to him in a moment the task of sharing with you what it is that the Secretary General has envisaged, what we as leaders in the UN system have now embraced as an urgent task in looking at a disturbed multilateral landscape. Minister, you listed a number of principles, and I will pick up on two in a moment, but let me also say, as a deeply convinced multilateralist, the narrative about the UN in crisis is indeed a narrative that has taken hold. The question is, how has that crisis come about? Who is causing that crisis? And how are we going to move beyond that crisis? Why do I say this? Well, on one side, we can simply basically acknowledge that a lot of the crisis that is unfolding right now is actually a defunding of multilateralism. It is driving a financial crisis in the UN. And some might say, well, you know, maybe that's not the worst thing. Every now and then you have to go through a crisis. We spent 8 decades building up an architecture of the international rule of law that you mentioned, of our humanitarian system, our UN development system. Do you really believe strangling that system to the point of, you know, not being able to function anymore is a good way to drive reform? I don't. And, you know, to some individual member states, this is more a moment of political expressionism. That is the freedom of every country to do so. But the fact of the matter is that our institutions have already faced over many years, the UN development system in particular, a defunding from the fact that the member states of the UN once believed that a UN development system was something to invest in together, to increasingly a number of organizations that are funded to implement projects where, for example, UNDP today is roughly 89 to 90% funded by 4,000 individual projects. But we are judged as if we were an institution that has a strategic plan, that has a strategy for implementation, and yet we have to almost create ex post facto a rationale for where we are engaged. Nevertheless, we are a committed part of the UN development system, in fact, a backbone to the development system. But the financial crisis that is now looming over the UN, in particular with the threatened withdrawal of funding by the United States, moves us from a point of eroding our multilateral architecture to actually fundamentally threatening its viability. And that is something that the other member states need to face very quickly now, because it is they who together created the United Nations. There have always been individual member states that, for reasons, that are in their national sovereignty, sometimes engage more, sometimes less. But the other 192 member states are also called upon right now to ask themselves, how do we move this architecture we have built, this extraordinary platform for collaboration, with all its faults, through this very intense period of uncertainty? How do we reform it? And in particular, and this is my parting message as I, in a moment, hand to Guy, how do member states take responsibility for some of the critiques that have come? Efficiency, effectiveness is sometimes difficult when you have, over 80 years, mandated over 40 UN entities to exist, to have a mandate, to go out and do good things, but then when they actually operate, you discover that if you have an organization that is supposed to be focused on women and girls, how does it interact with an organization that is looking at children? How does it interact with an organization that has a mandate to talk about livelihoods or human rights? It is time also for member states to, I think, alongside the UN80 process that the Secretary General has triggered, to take ownership of the question, what kind of United Nations do you want in the future? How should the organization reconstitute itself? Because from within, there is only so much you can do, because the mandates, the decisions of what exists today are all taken by member states. So it is the coming together of a, yes, financial crisis, but also a moment in which we know that the system needs to be reformed, it needs to be streamlined, it needs to be made future ready, where I appeal to you, and particularly Germany, having brought together an alliance of engaged partners and investors in the UN development system, to mobilize the UN membership in terms of its member states, to see that this is an architectural moment, not just a financial crisis management moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Guy Ryder, His Excellency, is Under-Secretary General for Policy in the Executive Office at the Secretary General at the United Nations headquarters in New York. He leads global policy coordination with a focus on the Summit of the Future and its follow-ups, and ensures strategic alignment with the Executive Office. He is also the head of the internal UN80 task force. He will introduce the big changes that the UN system expects. Under-Secretary General, thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Minister, Excellencies, dear friends. I must say I'm very fortunate to speak after those who have come before me. Al-Kinimali, you made the strongest possible case for multilateralism, and that is the real-life impact that multilateralism has when it works well, and what happens when support for multilateralism is withdrawn. And Minister, thank you for putting the same case, yes, in slightly more general abstract terms, about the benefits of a rules-based international system, the system that the United Nations has led for 80 years, and it makes all of us stronger, more prosperous, and safer. And that's what we have to preserve. And Achim, you've, as always, answered a lot of the questions and saved me the trouble, so thank you for that. But I'm going to go straight to the 5 challenges that the Minister put to us, and say yes to each of those 5 challenges. These are things that the UN 80 process must do. As we move into a process of reform, and when you're under attack, and the UN system is under attack in several regards right now, there is a temptation to dig your heels in and just stay exactly where you are, because you're scared of making concessions to those who are attacking you. That's the wrong thing to do at this moment. We have to have sufficient confidence in what we do, sufficient responsibility. And yes, the UN is a complex system, and complex systems are given to inertia. But together with our member states, we have to have the courage and the creativity to move forward with reform. Reform, Minister, that absolutely balances the 3 pillars of the United Nations Charter. We continue absolutely and strengthen our commitment to sustainable development. We maintain that normative basis of humanitarian and human rights law. And we look for new ways to strengthen our historic role on peace and security as conflicts multiply and change and mutate. We have also, I think, to safeguard and use the assets that we have given ourselves in recent years, most notably the Pact for the Future adopted last September. No small achievement, and ones whose benefits will stay with us if we're smart enough to use them well. And our system is not perfect. We do have duplications. We do sometimes work in silos. We do compete for funding amongst ourselves. And that's something, together with our member states and those who contribute financially, those are weaknesses that we certainly need to address. And constantly, the United Nations, an organization that began 80 years ago with 51 member states and today has 193, a world transformed. We have to make sure that our system represents the world as it is and includes everybody. So what is UN 80 going to do? Well, firstly, we are going to look for those efficiencies and improvements that we need to extract from the system. We have always to do that, but perhaps most urgently at a time of great financial pressures. So we're going to take on that task. We're also going to look at all of the mandates that our member states have handed down to us. The masses, and they are masses, of resolutions and decisions from the General Assembly, from the Security Council, from ECOSOC, from the Human Rights Council. We did an analysis of our budget for the last year, underpinned by no less than 3,600 mandates. Very few of our member states have a clue what most of those mandates are. It's up to us to make some sense of all of this and put much more purpose and clarity behind the work that we do. And we're also going to look at the architecture of this remarkable system, as Achim has just said, that has evolved over 80 years. But is that system, is that multiplicity of entities and their interrelation today exactly what we need today? Certainly it could never have been foreseen in 1945, and maybe it would have surprised the founding fathers and mothers if they saw it today. Now, we're working hard on all of these work streams, but there's one thing which is frequently forgotten about the United Nations. Yes, the Secretariat, the Secretary General, is leading a process of Secretariat-initiated reform. We're working at that. We're going to put to our member states the evidence of what we find, our ideas for change and improvement. But in the last instance, it is our member states, quite properly in a democratic system, who will decide what we change, what we keep, where we go, to create a UN system which is truly fit for the future, one that is capable of discharging the responsibilities of the UN Charter in today's changing conditions. This is a shared responsibility. It is urgent. Our Secretary General wants to see results in the coming months, and it's for us, I think, to rise to those expectations, not just of the Secretary General, but of the millions and the millions who rely and expect the UN to do its job and to do it to the best of its capacities. Thank you.
Chief, if I can please usurp your podium over here. Thank you. We are short for time, but we want to jump in very quickly into our panel discussion. If we can also join us on stage, can we please have Her Excellency, the Secretary General of the East African Community, Veronica Nduva. I should note that Her Excellency represents 8 East African countries, namely those are Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Burundi, Rwanda, South Sudan, and the DRC. Then our final panelist, can I please get Her Excellency Natasha Smith, the Australian Ambassador. Secretary General, I'll start with you. As I said, you represent not only East Africa, but I would say the global South and the developing world at large as well. What would you say briefly has been the relationship with the UN and how has that changed throughout the years?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having and great remarks from the speakers before. So this is what I will say. What does the UN mean to us? What does the UN mean to other people? For some people, the UN means great jobs. The UN means attending annual conferences. But growing up in Kenya, the UN meant that there was food for our guests who are the refugees from the surrounding countries. In the part of the world I come from, the UN means a sense of peace. If there is conflict and we spot a UN vehicle on the road, then you are happy that something is happening. So the UN to us means that place that we can coalesce to discuss. But here's another perspective. When the UN was formed in 1945, a number of African countries, I dare say most, were still under colonialism. Ghana was our first African country to get independence, 1957. So that means we were not in the picture when the United Nations was formed. And for us, we see a body that we belong, that we are part of, but we are not party to. We are not party to the decisions. We are not party to the processes. And therefore, a great opportunity. I was listening very keenly to the Undersecretary as you discussed, and I see opportunities, and I'm sure we will be able to talk about that. But for me, I see this year, October this year, as a great opportunity to have us in there, to have us be part of the discussion, and to finally be part of what we've always belonged to. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador, I was just told, I think literally about 45 minutes prior to coming onto this panel, that we've had 4 more signees on to be supporters of the United Nations development system, one being, of course, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and Switzerland. Can you tell me why did Australia decide to join?
Yeah, thank you. If I could first thank Germany and the other hosts of this wonderful conference, and also Germany for the initiative of the declaration. From Australia's perspective, we're a long-standing supporter of the UN, of the multilateral system. We believe very strongly in the fact that we're better off when we have such an international system, and that if we don't have those rules, norms and standards clear and consistently applied, if we don't have cooperation, we can't address global challenges, and that we'll all feel, every state will feel the negative consequences if the international system was to break down. And so we see ourselves at a very pivotal moment. We're very supportive of the UN at 80 initiative, and we see the sustainable development pillar as a critical part of what the UN delivers. And so it was very easy then to really join with this declaration, because I think it says important things about what those of us that are joining it believe for the system. And we take the responsibility that Guy has thrown out to all member states. We believe in the system, and if we believe in the system, then we have to be part of the solution. And I've been involved in multilateral issues for a lot of years. I'm looking forward to UN at 80, but also UN at 90 and UN at 100. And if we don't get it right this year, then we jeopardize all of that. And we're not thinking of this just in terms of what the UN and multilateralism delivers for us, but also for all countries, but particularly those in our region, in the Indo-Pacific. And we think that the reform process has to be inclusive of all, and what the UN looks like from this process also has to deliver and be inclusive for all, no matter where the countries are in the world.
Lovely, thank you. And the Secretary General, when the Minister was up here, she spoke of a crossroads that the United Nations is at. Can you illustrate for us what either sides of those crossroads look like and how we make the appropriate choice?
Yeah, we often say we're at a crossroads, don't we? And if you get at enough crossroads, you end up where you started off. So we have to be careful to have a very clear idea of where we want to get to with the future of the UN. And I think the clear compass in all of this, and it was referred to at the beginning of our conversation, is the UN Charter. At one point the Secretary General has said, and he was asked, what is the scope of UN 80? He said, everything's on the table except the Charter, except the Charter. So where are we trying to get to? We're trying to get to a multilateral system which is more effective, more coherent, more efficient at delivering on the Charter with those three pillars, as has been emphasized. Sustainable development, so important to our developing country members, but also humanitarian and human rights. We do live in a moment of extraordinary impunity in respect to the violation of the basic standards, and we see it reflected in the crises around the world, and of course the historic peace and security pillar. So we need to move forward with a clear sense of direction. We know where the signposts need to take us. They need to take us to that better multilateral future where the principles that we have laid out 80 years ago have instructed us to continue. But I do take the point, and I want to reiterate it, that how we do that also depends on making sure that all of our member states, 193 of them, are properly represented. They are party to as well as part of the system. I have it right, Secretary General. And this matters. It matters in the United Nations. It matters in the, what to many may seem, interminable discussions about reform of the Security Council. It also matters in the governance of the international financial institutions, where there is a historic underrepresentation of those who are sometimes on the sharper end of international financial decisions.
Thank you. Well, we are running low on time, but as a journalist, I can't resist but to ask you, I mean, can you give us a bit of an insight onto how those conversations have looked to address some of that underrepresentation? As the Secretary General mentioned earlier, I mean, it's been a common sentiment in certain parts of the world that has not always been the case.
Well, we do magic tricks at the United Nations. One of the magic tricks is all permanent members of the Security Council, those well entrenched in Security Council and wield the veto, all have pronounced themselves in favour of reform of the Security Council, and yet they manage to act in such manner that it doesn't happen, and they're pretty sure that it will not happen in a foreseeable future. So sometimes the feeling of change and reform is one of frustration. There's no hiding away from that, and I think this looks pretty bad in the public eye. When we see a Security Council which is unable to pronounce itself effectively on many of the key issues of the day. I think the UN is judged by those deficiencies, sometimes excessively so. So it's time to move on, and I'm hearing messages again. We got a good language out of the Pact for the Future, that the historic injustice towards Africa embodied in current arrangements. It's finally time to make that move, and it may just be the moment. And if we are serious about the crisis we're faced with, and if we're serious about moving forward from it, then we have to tackle the issues where we've fallen short in the past. This is one of them.
Thank you. In the effort of getting as many inclusive voices in as possible, I would like to give the last word or voice or question or remark to Alice Pinto. She's the HSC Youth Ambassador.
Hi. Okay. Thanks for this space. My name is Alice Pinto. I'm from Ecuador. And I speak today as a young leader from Latin America and as someone who have been shaped by the conflict, inequality, and climate crisis. As UN turns 80 and reforms takes place, I must ask, where is job in the progress, we should say? Our generation will face the consequence from today's decisions for more than those that I'm seeing here on this panel, and yet remind that larger disclosure from real influence and climate challenge, our greatest global challenge, must not be sliding in reform progress. We can't afford delay or silence. And at the same time, as a general activist, I'm deeply concerned by recent actions from some UN agencies, and that refers such as ILO, and removing gender inclusive language from their platforms. So we are observing, and we are asking, why is this happening in this moment that we are multilateralism will be bold and inclusive, and these steps are seen like a return, not a progress. And well, so I ask, how will you ensure that climate action remains central UN reform? And also, how will you explain and address that rollback and gender language in the system of mean to protect and empower all people? That refers to that if we want the next generation to believe in multilateralism, and then United States must work with us, not without us. So thanks for this space.
We are officially up, but can I ask for a very quick response if there is one to be offered? Or, well, the bell has pronounced that that's possible. All right. Sorry about that, but perhaps we've got closing remarks. Perhaps, Minister, you would like to touch on that? Thank you. Can I please ask panelists to stay on stage? Sorry, we're going to take a photo briefly after the closing remarks. Thank you. Sorry.
Well, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your input, for your perspective, and also you for your perspective. We were just talking about that we need to implement more younger voices. So both of you, thank you very much. A big applause for our young delegates here. And this is also part of it, to be more inclusive and to have all these perspectives in it. So thank you. I think we're sending out a strong signal, especially the alliance of supporters of the UN development systems, the countries from the global north and global south, and I'm very glad that more countries are joining this initiative. And we want together send a strong and clear message from Hamburg here today to this world. We stand united for international cooperation and solidarity. We stand united for multilateralism, and for that we want to take a group picture, a family picture. So please join us here on the stage to send out this strong message. Thank you all so much.
Sorry. Do I have a mic? Thank you, Minister. Can we please get up for the family photo? Can I please get His Excellency Yadir Salazar Meir, Ambassador of the Republic of Colombia to Germany? If you can just come up as I call your name, please. His Excellency Antonio Jose Lehmann Guterres, Ambassador of the Republic of Costa Rica to Germany. His Excellency Andrew Mitchell, Ambassador of the United Kingdom to Germany. Ms. Evelyn Coulomb, Chargé d'Affaires at the Embassy of Canada to Germany. Mr. Pavel Jaworski, Consul General of the Republic of Poland in Hamburg. Masika Halland, Director General of the Department for Sustainability in the Norwegian Ministry for Foreign Affairs. Karen Murray, of New Zealand Foreign Ministry, Divisional Manager for Developmental People and Planet. Her Excellency Nicole Ruda, Ambassador of Switzerland. Sophie Vallet, Head of Division for Development at the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We would also like to acknowledge and extend our appreciation to the additional countries that support the Declaration of Intent. That would be France, Ireland, Morocco, Peru, and Spain. Thank and Achim Steiner, please. His Excellency.
So we are from Peru.
Please get the Ambassador of Peru as well, and one last round of applause for everybody. Thank you very much.
This is the New Alliance Talk. Securing tomorrow, scaling innovations for future generations. Please welcome to the stage, Joe Ageo from Nation Media Group.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to the future. Now, the big question is, what kind of future? This session invites us to time travel. The session itself is entitled Adapting the Multilateral System for Future Generations. And we're going to travel to hear voices coming to us from the year 2100. This is just some short 75 years from today. And in approximately 10 minutes, these voices will bring us stories from two possible futures. One that we hope to prevent, and another which we still have time, just a little bit of time, to build. Now, the panelists that we will have here will offer insights on what we can do to build a hopeful future. And here, this empty podium here will represent future generations. And it will symbolize the blank slate that we have to create our desired future, or perhaps the future we deserve, based on what choices we make from here on. And you, the audience, will close this session by assessing how ready your countries or your organizations are for these potential futures. My name is Joe Ageo from the Nation Media Group in Kenya. Now, we'll kick off this tribunal setting with a testimony, two testimonies of the first set of witnesses joining us from the year 2100. And in this scenario, the world continued on the current trajectory with some effort, but without bold innovation or change. And those two witnesses, Julius Kruse from Germany and Situ Wai from Myanmar Republic, are already on stage. Please give them a round of applause as they come. Please take the stand.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Julius Kruse. I'm 93 years old, and I'm standing in what used to be the Hamburger Chamber of Commerce. The pillars are still standing, the roof was rebuilt after the flood. But the city around me, it's not the one I grew up in.
Mingalaba, my name is Situe. I'm 108 years old. I was born in Myanmar, a country that no longer exists as a nation.
I was born here in 2006. This place once stood for progress, trade, responsibility. Now it is a reminder of what we lost.
I once believed education could transform society. In the 2020s, we trained teachers using Starlink internet. We fought dictatorship with knowledge, while warlords fought with drones.
Then came 2042. The jet stream collapsed. The dikes broke. 600,000 people fled their homes. Hamburg became Atlantis.
But our collapse did not come in a single wave. It came slowly through decades of ethnic conflict, military rule, and finally the revolution. We rose, then the people fought back, but then the war came to fight on our own soil.
That same decade, Jakarta sank, Miami burned, the Sahel starved, refugees flooded Europe.
And Myanmar became a battleground. China, India, and the United States, they did not send troops, they sent algorithms, autonomous weapons, predictive surveillance, AI power war tested on the margins of humanity.
My school never reopened after the flood. We lived in a shelter for about 8 months. I remember the cold floors more than I remember the lessons.
Mine were bombed or burned or turned into refugee shelters. Children learned to run before they learned to read.
Supply chains collapsed, institutions crumbled, governments gave up control. Data replaced money, the UN fractured, law lost meaning, and still, we waited.
Southeast Asia's fractured too. The fear of invasion became policy. nuclear programs spread across the region from the Mekong to the Malacca Strait. It was no longer about peace, it was about deterrence.
Bavaria opened its borders. Too little, too late.
Thailand, Bangladesh, Malaysia, their refugee camps became cities, statelets, voiceless. We called them climate migrants, but they were a survivor of everything: flood, war, silence. I remember when we used to ask, when will the war will listen? Now I ask, when do we ever stop shouting?
Last week, the power went out again.
Last month, a drone strike hit a school that used to bear my name.
And we were warned. This room once held the visions for the future. Now it holds the silence of what might have been.
What might have been if local voices were heard in global rooms, if frontline strikers shaped policy, if the South had not been sacrificed for the comfort of the North.
My name is Hughes Leonardo Kruse.
And I'm Situe. We watched the world drown in water, in war, in broken promises. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What a horrible choice we would have made. But you know what? That's not the only choice there is to make. And coming up on this stage, two young people whose voices we are hearing from the year 2100, and they have an alternative future. Yasmin Marsoul from Morocco and Carol Nasreddin from Lebanon.
Hello, everyone. So I have seen the world we feared and the one we chose to build instead. It's Carol Nasreddin, and I'm from Lebanon.
Well, me too. From my side, in 2025, I was a young Moroccan political analyst observing a continent in flux. Security threats rising, and the Sahel was facing a turbulent transformation. And the global partnerships were being redefined. There were hesitation, doubt, and fatigue, but beneath it all, I saw the clarity emerging from within. The turning point wasn't a single event. It was a series of choices made by African leaders, communities, and partners. To move beyond the externally driven models, we chose to define peace, development, and cooperation on our own terms, rooted in our regional realities and shared aspirations. The Sahel nations, especially those of the Confederation of the Sahel States, reclaimed their voices, not to turn inward, but to reimagine a cooperation in a way that honored their sovereignty and the will of their people. And gradually, that sovereignty wasn't only respected, it became a foundation of a new kind of partnership. We moved away from the conditional assistance and toward the co-investment, and development and security were no longer treated as separate tracks, but as one integrated effort designed and driven from the continent. And one of the transformative examples was the Atlantic African Initiative. What began as a vision of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, grew into a continental corridor linking the coastal and the Sahelian countries through energy, infrastructure, and also logistics and maritime trade. It gave the landlocked states a gateway to opportunity and gave Africa the confidence to build its own future and turned regional integration into a lived reality. And we realized, finally, that Africa's greatest strength was not its resources, but its people, its youth, its ideas, and its sovereignty. And when the world began listening, not instructing, transformation followed.
So I still remember 2025, I was standing on the rooftop of my school in Beirut, the Phoenix city. Back then, it was just an idea. A vertical forest school. Today, it powers itself entirely with solar energy harvested through transparent glass. And below, the Phoenix city has reborn from its ashes. Kids are learning climate coding in 3 languages. It's hard to believe that just 75 years ago, we were stuck in blackout cycles, queuing for water, digging through one crisis after another, from energy shortages, water insecurity, political instability, and the fear of violence, always one spark away. What changed? We stopped waiting. In the late 2020s, while governments argued and institutions hesitated, young people from across the Middle East and Africa built something new, the Climate Frontline Network. I still remember that first virtual meeting of students from Morocco, Sudan, Niger, and here in Lebanon, realizing we were living in parallel collapse, but dreaming in the same language. The ICG advisory opinion on climate change became a turning point, a spark that spread across borders. It inspired a wave of legal recognition for the right of nature and future generations. Courts has adapted, constitutions shifted. Even private sector were forced to reckon with their footprints, reshaping business models to meet new legal and ethical demands. Droughts hit Beirut and Bamako at the same time. Rivers dried, fields cracked, and instead of despair, we built together. So by 2040, we launched the Sahel Levant Clean Corridor, a bold plan where we connect Africa and the Middle East through solar farms, regenerative agriculture belts, and green mobility routes. We didn't wait for aid. We used AI to map heat-safe zones, predicting water tensions, and reforesting lands from Senegal to Syria. Early warning systems became our shield, allowing farmers to act, community to adapt, and entire cities to prepare for heat waves and floods. So Africa stopped bleeding lithium, and Lebanon stopped bleeding youth. But the biggest shift wasn't infrastructure, it was trust, and our long-term commitment to one another. So to all the leaders of 2025, listen, the youth aren't coming, we are here. You can support us or be remembered as those who stalled our future. Thank you to those who chose courage, and to those who are still unsure, look around. The seeds you doubt are now our forest. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, those are our two possible futures. And in this room, at this moment, and all around the world, we hold the power to choose which one we want. Now, to get a sense of what is possible, let us now turn to the present and respected voices who carry the onerous responsibility together with us of shaping today's systems to offer their testimony. We are calling them the guardians of the present because they are, and all of us indeed are. Ladies and gentlemen, on the panel tonight, I have the Under-Secretary General for Policy in the Executive Office of the Secretary General at the UN headquarters in New York, Guy Ryder. Please clap for him as he comes up. Now, USG Ryder leads global policy coordination with a focus on the Summit of the Future and its follow-ups, and ensures strategic alignment with the Executive Office. And therefore, there couldn't be a more befitting person to give us insights into all the emerging questions of global governance, intergenerational responsibility, and all of that within the UN system. Next, I will introduce Sophie Howe, a former Future Generations Commissioner of the Government of Wales. Now, Ms. Howe was once described by the Guardian newspaper as the world's first minister of the unborn. And that is why tonight she'll be talking to us about institutional innovation with specific focus on the Wales experience, and she'll be speaking about that in a short while. The next panelist I'll introduce is Her Excellency Maria Fernanda Espinosa, a distinguished diplomat, academic, and multilateral expert with over 30 years of experience in international negotiations, global governance, and sustainable development. Now, she has many firsts to her name. From 2018 to 2019, she served as president of the UN General Assembly, becoming the first woman from Latin America and the Caribbean to hold that position. In Ecuador, where she comes from, she has held several ministerial positions, and in 2008, she became her country's first woman permanent representative to the UN in New York. Currently, she holds several prominent positions on the global stage, and there's something else she knows quite a bit about, the Climate Governance Commission, and she'll be speaking to us also, hopefully, in this hour. Last but not least, Neshan Gunasekera. And if you go to the very end, now, Neshan is an international lawyer and the chief executive officer and counselor of the World Future Council. He has worked with various systems on multilateral, regional, and community level questions. And tonight we'll be hearing from him on a number of questions regarding the legal and ethical duties that we bear towards the future generations. But first we'll start with USG Ryder, not least because he's right next to me. And I think it's fair to start from this where we must, which is really, as someone who is embedded in the UN system, I wonder what you see as the most promising pathways to embedding future generations in policy within the UN system.
Well, thanks very much. And firstly, thanks for those brilliant introductions that we just listened to. I think by putting those two alternative visions of the future, one next to the other like that, you really made the point that what our future will be, the one we want to avoid, the one we want to have, depends entirely on decisions that we take today. You know, it struck me that the apocalyptic version of the future was one characterized by a failure to act. The preferred option was one of conscious action and adjusting decision-making now to the needs of future generations. And here's the good news at the United Nations. Last year, in the Pact for the Future, we adopted, when I say we, I mean 193 member states adopted a Declaration for Future Generations, the first international treaty instrument, which actually acknowledges the responsibilities of current generations, decisions makers today, to future generations. And I'll just expand that in a minute, but that's an interesting sort of change of mindset. Moderator, if you come from my age, it's not quite 75 years, but over the last 50 years, let's call it that, I never recall policymakers really focusing consciously on what the decisions that they were taking now to respond to problems now. I never really had the impression they were factoring in the impact on future generations. There was an assumption that there was a dynamic in our societies, a sort of an inevitability about progress and improvement. So if you took a good decision that solved today's problems adequately, you were almost by definition preparing the ground for future generations in a benevolent and positive way. Somehow that doesn't apply anymore. We know it's about climate, it's about many things. And so the international system, with the Pact for the Future, I think has acknowledged that now we cannot operate on automatic pilot. We have to operate on the basis of decisions factoring consciously in the needs and interests and rights of future generations. So our Declaration for Future Generations is attempting to equip the United Nations with the skills and the capacities to do just that. We're equipping the system with the tools of strategic foresight that have to underpin this determination. We are committed to supporting our member states to do the same types of thing. And at the center of the decisions in the Declaration for Future Generations is the idea, still an idea, for the appointment of a special envoy, United Nations Special Envoy for Future Generations, to provide focus and impetus for all of this work.
Thank you very much. Ms. Howe, this is really the sort of thing you're focused on. I mean, as a matter of fact, you've been associated very directly with the unborn. I wonder, from the Welsh experience, what sort of reform maybe just one that is most transferable to other contexts, because it really is a question of learning from best practice, and you really do have one over there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think, as Guy said, the powerful contributions from our future generations really do outline two plausible futures, and which of those futures comes about will depend on the decisions that we take today. And as a mum of 4 Gen Zs, I like to listen to a bit of British hip-hop, and there's a British hip-hop artist called Loyal Kana who says, never has so much been lost by so many because of the inaction of so few. And really what we're trying to do here, both at a global level through the work that's been happening in the UN, and critically how that is adopted domestically within member states, is try to reform our systems of governance. Because when we go to conferences like this, or when we go to the UN General Assembly, or when we go to COP and we make these commitments, we do that often with ambition, but we come back to base, we come back to our countries, and our systems of governance discount the interests of future generations. Our decision-making frameworks are not joined up. They're permeated on a falsehood of our current economic model. And that is essentially what we've tried to change in Wales. So in 2015, we passed something called the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, which sets out, first of all, a vision for the Wales that we want to leave behind to future generations, co-created with citizens in Wales. It establishes an independent Future Generations Commissioner. That was my role for the first 7 years, tasked with overseeing the implementation of that legislation and challenging the government to make sure that they were seeking to meet today's needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And although I think, you know, we can be pessimistic about the future, I prefer to be optimistic. And I think actually looking at some of the signs happening in different countries and some of the innovations happening in different countries since the passing of the declaration, I think there is cause for optimism. So whether that's the Kenyan Senate coming together to look to establish a Senate committee for the future, and I believe Senator Crystal is here somewhere today, whether that's the appointment of the first tribal Future Generations Commissioner in Cameroon, whether that's Oman adopting a 2040 vision and the concepts around intergenerational equity, whether that's the appointment of the first Intergenerational Fairness Commissioner in the EU, whether that's just this month, actually, Norway's Citizens Panel making a recommendation to their government that there should be an enactment of a Future Generations legislation and a Future Generations Commissioner. There's a lot of work to do in the UN and in different countries, but I think if we look at what that UN declaration actually committed member states to, and this is my most favourite part of the entire declaration, undertaking a whole-of-government approach to coordination, including at national and local levels, on the assessment, development, implementation and evaluation of policies which safeguard the needs and interests of future generations. Now that says to me it is a permeating approach across everything that we do, and that is what member states of the United Nations signed up to do. The challenge now is to build on the innovations that we're starting to see, really get behind those and start to really scale those up at pace.
Thank you, Your Excellency Espinosa. I think we're drilling down to specifics here. You've done a lot of complex work in this area. I wonder what, in your assessment, would be the character of a multilateral system that is designed with future generations in mind?
Well, first of all, I cannot just not acknowledge the very, very powerful introduction we just had. And I was thinking silently, you know, what if we had that kind of choreography in cabinet meetings, in interactions with prime ministers, heads of state and government constantly. And here I'm speaking openly as a politician. We need to be reminded of the options we have, of the choices that we have. And either this very apocalyptic scenario that we heard, which is not about inaction, it is about the wrong decisions. You know, doing and deciding on issues that are going to really hurt the rights of future generations. Or the other scenario that we heard from Morocco and from Lebanon, which is the desired scenario. Because at the end of the day, politics, even at the local level, at the city level, at the community level, at the national level, at the international, intergovernmental level, politics is to close the gap between the desirable and the possible. So our responsibility as leaders, young leaders, older leaders, is precisely about closing the gap between the desirable and the possible. Politics is about the art of the possible, but the possible meaning not the minimum common denominator, but on the contrary. We heard so many incredible things about what is the future if we take the right decisions. I always think about a extraterrestrial, person coming and seeing, humans are very strange because they have all the knowledge, they have the resources, they have the technology, and yet they continue to take the wrong decisions. So what is the problem? What is the problem that I see? Many problems there, I would say. First of all, the empty podium. What it means, this empty place. It means that we are not taking serious co-responsibility, being present, having a voice. And sometimes, we hear, okay, let's organize a panel, let's organize this expert group. Okay, we need a young person, to come and be in the picture, kind of very tokenistic kind of involvement. Being a woman, being from South America, believe me, I know what it's like. Okay, we need also a woman, a person from the global South, because the optics matter. Yes, of course, the optics matter, but it's more than that. It is about co-responsibility, it is about shared power, it is about co-imagining and co-creating a new system overall. And in a truly intergenerational mode, I know we're discussing future generations. I know we're discussing scenarios of 2100. But we are also discussing, how to communicate and co-create from the elders to the children. And the children also should have a voice because they have a stake. And, of course, the generations that are not born yet. And why is that we need these spaces of co-creation and co-responsibility? It's because crises, and we heard a lot of that, crisis cannot be the new normal. We cannot accept that we should always be in reactive mode. Governing crisis, that's our job as politicians, as decision makers. So I think the issue of prevention, the issue of anticipation, the issue of foresight, of accountability, of really, doing what we say we're going to do. Yeah. The multilateral system, one of the main problems is the implementation deficit and the accountability deficit, because we go very easy to signing on things, including the Pact of the Future, including the Declaration on Future Generations or the Digital Compact, but then we face the challenge of actually doing it. And so again, when we say every speech from any politician or any decision maker starts with this phrase, we are living multiple and compounded crises. And therefore, our capacity to respond is A, B, and C, and we come with some potential solutions. And I think that we are living for the multilateral system, that was your question, a make it or break it moment. we have the opportunity to redesign the system with all brains, hands, and souls, based on hope, but hope with brain and with hands and with feet. Not empty hope, not naive hope, but conscious, responsible hope of redesigning and rebuilding. In this redesigning and rebuilding, I think we really need to take seriously the fact that the United Nations should be considered our most precious global commons, our most precious creation, human creation, that of course needs retooling, needs redesigning, needs revitalization, but I think that we need to preserve that, that institutional global commons that we have created. And basically not looking at the United Nations as a fragmented space, but as an ecosystem, you know, an interconnected ecosystem that is, you know, based on the decision-making power of member states, but on societies, on younger generations, on the private sector. Some call it the network multilateralism. Others say multi-stakeholder multilateralism. I call it the United Nations 2.0, Guy, and you have come up with that. So once again, when we look at the alternatives we have, and we think about the collective power we have, I think that in this room, we all choose the scenario of hope. We all choose the scenario of possibility. We all choose the scenario of transformation. We all choose the co-responsibility that we have with the empty place at the beginning of this podium. So that would be from my side.
Thank you very much. All right. Let's now move to Nishan. There is an American comedian who is supposed to have asked, what have future generations ever done for us? And you approach this from the legal and sort of ethical foundations and underpinnings of this. What exactly are these legal, ethical obligations that we have in this room to the future generations? Because that is really fundamental.
Thank you very much. Interesting perspective. First and foremost, thank you to Dr. Chalali and the UNU team for inviting us in the World Future Council for being here. Fascinating to collaborate on this very unique dice. Easy answer to that is we are here because we have borrowed the earth from future generations. And 2100 was depicted in one very negative sense and a very positive sense by the fantastic young leaders, and thank you for doing that. 75 years, I said, is not too far from here. But what does it mean borrowing the world from future generations? And Guy mentioned the Declaration on Future Generations last year. It was an achievement, yes, but it does not mean that the Declaration on Future Generations was an achievement of the multilateral system in 2024. It's part of a continuity of what I would call a pacta sunt servanda with future generations. Now in Latin, that is the most important principle of international law that says that we have promises to you. So pacta sunt servanda for future generations, one item within that is the Pact for the Future and the Declaration on Future Generations. Picking up some voices that I resonate with the powerful representations of future generations next to you, Mr. Moderator, was two to three words. One, courage. Here I want to draw from the wisdom of one of the founding counselors of the World Future Council, late Judge Christopher Veeramantri, former Vice President of the International Court of Justice, who is considered the pioneer of international sustainable development law, where over a human generation ago, I'll come to this point of human generation, he set out in a famous case on Gabjikovo Nagimoro's project, which was heard by the International Court of Justice, the highest court in the world. And he brought the wisdom of all religious indigenous systems to talk about our relationship with the future generations. Now, the first reflection to the young people, he said the 20th century was a century of lost opportunity because it was built on the famous 1899 Peace Hague Conference, which was brought together by the leaders, the political leaders of the time, to ensure that the 20th century will be one of peace. But he goes on to say, what did we do with the 20th century? We bungled it. Multiple wars, looking at negative and narrow economic gain, short-termism was built into that narrative. But he also said the 21st century is a century of last opportunity. Now, he was saying this in terms of the nuclear, at that time, the atomic bomb. Going back 80 years, Guy Ryder would also know this. The very first resolution of the United Nations talk about getting rid of atomic and nuclear weapons. The very first resolution of the General Assembly. And 8 years here we are, possibly at the break of a nuclear war. And this is what the young people raised. But he also said, he didn't end with a negative connotation to talking about the young people from Lebanon and Morocco. He's also said, if you base your work on principles of international law, on institutions which were created at much sacrifice of humans, such as the International Court of Justice, such as the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea, which is 15 minutes walking distance from here, which last year discussed how to share 71% of the planet with regard to climate change and obligations under the sea. And this is what Pact Sunt Servanda with future generations mean. And the International Court of Justice on Law and Courage is where young people from the Pacific Island, 27 undergraduates without any qualification, without any experience in the multilateral system, was able to change the world on 29th of March last year, where they brought a resolution to the General Assembly, the highest decision-making body in the world, where every single member state of the United Nations vote to take this biggest question this century to the highest court in the world. That is courage, and that is what you represent in the empty podium. That is the Pacta Sunt Servanda we have future generations. In addressing this, it is important to look at 2100, but it is also important building on from principles of indigenous systems, not only look forward, but also move backwards. Firmly fix your eyes on the past, learning from your past, and moving backwards into the future.
Oh, wow. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, we don't have a lot of time left, but we want to turn this a little bit over to the floor. And we hope we can have enough time for everybody to speak. I'm hoping for a miracle here. But we want to first listen to those examples, the few that we have in the room, of people who are already doing something to move the needle in terms of creating systems that would work for the future generations. And we'll start right now with Stella Vuta from the Robert Bosch Stiftung. If she's around, she could get the microphone and she would give us a 3-minute reflection on what philanthropy is doing in this space of policy and institutional innovation.
Yes, thank you, and thank you also from my side for this powerful beginning of the panel. So I'm very happy to offer a perspective from philanthropy and what philanthropy can bring to the table in building a multilateral system for future generations. My name is Stella. I represent the Robert Bosch Foundation, which is a European private foundation working on health, education, and global challenges such as peace, migration, and climate change, areas, of course, that are deeply interwoven with the health and legitimacy of the multilateral system. We believe that international cooperation is not a luxury. It is a necessity, and that is why we are deeply worried of recent development, the defunding of the UN, the attacks on the multilateral system. And yet, the current moment, in our view, is not only one of crisis, which will inevitably lead us to the second scenario, but also a moment of potential transformation. We, at the Robert Bosch Stiftung, we work closely with local actors in fragile contexts. And what we hear time and again is this. Our current global governance model too often speaks about people and not with them. So when we talk about reform, about UN80, the Pact for the Future, and the Declaration of Future Generations, we must not only ask what needs to change, but also who gets to shape that change. As a philanthropic actor, at the moment, we are often asked, So will philanthropy now step in to fill the financial gaps left by shrinking public funding? And our answer is, well, that's not where our greatest value lies. Philanthropy's most important contribution is not to patch holes in a system that might be failing, but to support those who are imagining what a better system, a more efficient system, a more just system could look like. Those working across regions, across generations and sectors to put long-term thinking and intergenerational justice at the center of governance. And those piloting innovations that challenge the status quo and offer credible alternatives. So in our view, philanthropic actors can and should support this transition by identifying and amplifying visions, by creating protected spaces for dialogue, and by taking calculated risks that public institutions often cannot afford.
Thank you very much. We are moving over to Parliament now, and we'll start from Finland. Mikko Duffa, who leads the foresight team at Sitra, the Finnish Innovation Fund.
Thank you, and thank you. So I want to give three kind of perhaps lessons learned from what we've done in Finland. Some of these lessons have already come up, but it's good to kind of reinforce them. So I would start with it's good to build on what you have. In Finland, we have a lot of legacy in foresight, and we'll have a lot of structures and processes. Some say too much. For example, we have each government has to make a government report on the future. The previous one was on next generations. A lot of recommendations for policy. And now the question is, okay, we have recommendations how to move forward into implementation and into action. A second thing that I've learned is perhaps to kind of support what wants to emerge. So exactly 1 week ago, we organized a panel with 9th grade students, with the mayor of Helsinki, and with the president of Finland, Alexander Stubb, talking about security. And before that, we had asked the students their views on security with this digital platform called Polis, giving them the the power also to create the statements, so to really have their voice heard. And that was that whole panel was a huge success, and now we are trying to find ways to replicate these and make them easily scalable and use elsewhere as well. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, but this is the hard part, we really need to change the narrative around decision making. So if we want to create long-term change, we need to challenge assumptions and change the narrative, change the mindsets. This was also mentioned already. So not seeing intergenerational fairness as an an add-on, but something that is, if we want to be really serious about sustainability, something that is very fundamental, that we need to not only listen to who is now here, but also who is here tomorrow, and that it also includes the more than human voices. We've been doing this in our How to Define Futures program, funding different pilots, examples, projects, and I'm really inspired about all of these examples and how they are in part writing another narrative about what it actually is to make decisions. So those would be also perhaps questions for all of us to consider. How can we build on what we have? How can we support what wants to emerge? And how can we change the narrative? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, last but not least, let's go to Senator Crystal Asige from the Kenyan Senate. She is the first and only senator in that country to span all three special interest groups: persons with disability, women, and youth, alongside creatives. She's also a great singer, by the way. But tonight she's going to give us a sense of what they are doing as a Kenyan Senate with regard to the outcomes of the Summit of the Future. Senator Asige, please.
Sante, thank you so much, Joe.
This time last year when we were at HSC for the first event, it was October of 2024, and I was sat in this very panel in the audience listening to Future's conversations. And I was excited because just the month prior, in September of 2024, Kenya developed and launched its Senate Futures Caucus in Nairobi. Sophie and Dawi and others were also there. So I was very excited, and I'm excited to give a report on what we've been doing in the last 8 or 9 months. As we know, parliaments worldwide share a crucial role in adopting an intergenerational fairness perspective. This ensures that futures can equally enjoy all human rights and benefits from the Earth's resources. Notably, Kenya's constitution, in its preamble, in its Bill of Rights, and also in public finance chapters, explicitly mandates state organs, including us in Parliament, and all citizens in general, to safeguard both future and present generations. So the caucus was born from this particular from this mandate, and a deep concern for Kenyans' increasing debt burden, coupled with the moral obligation to protect the rights of future generations. Our chair is Senator Ledama Olekina, and he's very passionate. And this caucus is a driving force for change, embedding foresight into Kenya's legislative framework. And our initiatives are proactive. That's the best part, demonstrating a forward-thinking approach to anticipating and addressing the evolving needs of future generations. So far, let me say, however, our governance systems, we all know, are very reactive and driven by short-term thinking and a lot of politicking, sadly. But our caucus has bridged this gap, providing a platform for future-oriented dialogue, policy innovation, and collaboration, of course, which is very important. And the core objectives are as follows. There is empowering senators and staff with strategic foresight capacity, integrating foresight tools into our legislative and policy development frameworks, forging strong partnerships with CSO, of course, and development partners in the room, and international foresight institutions. And of course, we want to raise public awareness about this work, which is very important nationally and internationally. We have had a retreat last month, which we were able to put together our strategy. This is going to run for 2025 to 2028 through a dedicated foresight consultant. We did that. And this plan prioritizes awareness campaigns, it prioritizes sectoral foresight projects, intergovernmental collaborations, and the ambitious goal of establishing a future readiness index for Kenya. And we also want to turn this caucus not just into a caucus, because right now we are only 8 senators who are in the caucus, but we have been able to lobby and get now 20 senators, which is a third of the Senate, now in the caucus. We want to move from being a caucus eventually to being a standing parliamentary committee, so that no parliament, no electoral cycle, no politicking can get in the way of this committee's work in the future. And I really want to just, in closing, Joe, I want to encourage other parliaments who might be thinking about doing this work. Kenya is a pioneer, yes, in the East Africa region, but it's only because we have passionate members of parliament, including myself. I'm a young person, I'm a visually impaired person, I'm a woman, and I'm an African, and it's important to remember that development is not about buildings and streets. Development is about mindset, and it's about attitude. That's where we are going to find solutions for future generations, because right now people are planning for us in Africa, but we need to plan for ourselves and take our future into our own hands, because the future is not somewhere in the future. The future is right now, and we have to plan for it and fund for it. And if anyone is willing to support Kenya's caucus, please talk to me. I'll be around. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are almost out of time, but I think I just have just about 1 minute for Claudette, and please don't go anywhere. Claudette Salinas Leiva from Mexico to give some final closing thoughts from the young people. Try again. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, I was meant to be here with another colleague, Mansih, who is a young leader from Nepal, who unfortunately couldn't make it because of visa issues. In spite of this systemic barrier, we wanted to draw 3 conclusions from the workshop that you had the chance of curate for us. The first recommendation is seize the moment. We don't mean to use future generations as a buzzword, but what we actually encourage you all to do is to link this, the future's mindset into real-life conversations like the housing crisis, conflict, debt, etc. We know that we're in the midst of a crisis. However, we are also convinced that we need to take this window of opportunity to actually change the mindset that we have to achieve more hopeful futures, which we are able to actually obtain. We also discussed that we needed to be brave and leave behind what no longer serves us, and instead pursue from words to action. This means taking stock of all of the resources, the institutions, legislations available, unlock them, and start connecting the dots, because that's where we will start seeing governments actually placing fairness at the heart of what they do. Not just across sectors or across regions, but also across generations. And of course, always embracing the fact that we need to start thinking about new ways of doing government in a way that it's more prepared as opposed to reactive. And the final thing is just tapping into each other's expertise. We have had an amazing panel filled of intergenerational experiences that we can just continue doing that because after all, long-term governance is not something that only leaders need to drive, but civil society. And beyond ideas, it's the fact that we need to remind ourselves that it's people driving the change.
Wow, thank you very much. Future generations is not a buzzword, connecting the dots, making governments future-proof.
Before you finish, ask all the young people also to join us on the...
All right, so all the young people who've made presentations, if you can just come as I wrap up here, please. The first, yeah, come on, give them a round of applause as they come up. So we're just gonna take us we're going to take a symbolic vote. They just gave their recommendations right here. How many people think that those are great ideas that we can take forward? By a show of hands. Just so that we can get a good picture of the symbolic vote coming out of this place. All right. All right, let's wrap this thing up. Ladies and gentlemen, the year 2100 that we talked about at the beginning is not science fiction. It is a lifetime of today's children and grandchildren. A child born this year could very well see the dawn of that new century, the 22nd century. What will they say about the decisions we made in this room, in this decade, at this inflection point? Will they find that we planned only for election cycles and budget years? Or will they see that we cast our vision beyond the horizon and chose to build a world they could inherit with dignity? May history say that we were the generation that thought beyond itself. I thank you. And a big thank you to my panelists, Nishan Gunasekera, Her Excellency Maria Fernanda Espinosa, Ms. Sophie Howe, and USG Guy Ryder, and of course, the wonderful young people. One more thing. We are talking about the future, isn't it? So I've been told there's something really interesting. So stay put where you are. You will soon find out. Thank you.
And now for a musical interlude, the world premiere of All for One, an anthem dedicated to peace, climate justice, and sustainability. Please welcome to the stage Vicky and Pippa Munero from Hamburg's Youth Music School, accompanied by Lucas Echeverria.
Yeah.